y'all. Dude, hey, everyone, hello. It is Thursday night. It is March 27th, 2025, and the chat is popping off, you guys. The chat is popping off. How are you guys doing? We got a Rogue Cheddar with us in the booth. We got Steelshamrocks here. I'm going to run it down for you guys because this is pretty exciting. We got Symmetrics, Calco98, Silver Shamrocks, DRAM, Norse Nemesis, L Cookies, Lord Steppington. Dude, there he is. That's what he says. So,
there he is.
Everyone, if you can bring your attention to the screen really quick, I just want to show you guys what we're dealing with. You guys, if you're drinking caffeine, you're wrong. That's what we want you guys to know, because this is no longer coffee order on a night like this. This, my friends, is cocktail order, coming to you live, coming to you guys live. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a special edition of Coffee Order, this time with a little extra kick. I'm your host, Steelshamrocks, joined by the ever insightful Rogue Cheddar. Tonight we're shaking things up here with Cocktail Order, where we're going to serve you a spirited blend of news, entertainment, and culture, and our goal still remains the same. We want to pour out accurate and honest information about the world around us. So grab your favorite drink. No longer mugs, no longer cups, everyone.
Ooh, he's got some fruit in there.
So grab your favorite drink, get comfortable, and let's raise a glass to expanding our understanding and education one sip at a time. Cheers and welcome to Cocktail Order. Cheers, Soren.
Dude, cheers, my friend.
Hey, let's start off with the drinks. Yeah, no, you tell me what you're sipping off, big dog.
Well, pretty basic because I just didn't prepare well enough because I'm not a big I don't really know how to make a fucking cocktail, to be honest with you. But
but he does it on Google,
like
apparently.
Like this citrus liqueur and straight up just Tito's.
Well, I did see someone in the chat saying say G&T's. I did a G&G, gin and ginger ale. I wanted to do G&T, and then I didn't have tonic water, but I had ginger ale. So I was also thinking the G&S, gin and Sprite. Gin and Sprite. Have you ever had it? It's like a meteor. It's a meteor G&T, but I'll have the duck. G&T's at 5. You know what I'm saying? So,
dude, in honor of that, I have your coveted Park Liquor shirt on.
Dude, I'm telling you, this is we're switching it up for whatever. And before we get started, you guys, well, caffeine is usually something to stimulate. Alcohol is an inhibitor. So if you think we're falling off the rocker tonight, I'm just gonna go ahead and apologize right now, because Soren and I have been looking forward to this. This is the 3rd Coffee Order episode of the year, and we wanted to make it fun by doing a cocktail order once every 3 episodes, right?
Yes, sir.
So what's the 6th month of the year? June?
Yep.
June will be our next. Yeah, June's gonna be a good. Yeah. See, we'll do a solstice cocktail order.
It'll look like this at like 10 fucking 30.
That's what I'm saying, man. So thank you guys for joining us. The chat is very lively. We're also dual streaming to YouTube right now. So if Twitch is not your preferred method, go ahead and join on the old YouTube. For those who are still boycotting Amazon products, YouTube is still open for you guys. So I'll hold you guys to it. We're trying to become limitless.
We know our audience is unionizing these days. That's how we know.
I can be a scheduled guest for. Absolutely, he can. First, I want to ask the audience, what are you guys drinking with us tonight? Are you still drinking coffee, a little espresso martini, a little 50-50, or are you taking it to the next level with us?
Dude, I did think about doing an espresso martini.
I did too.
That would be a good little. But I don't know how to make. You just put fucking. Is that vodka?
It's a vodka, right? Martini's vodka. Dude, look at us. We are not the guys to be doing cocktail order. You guys got so excited, and we're letting you down already. We don't even know how to make a cocktail, and we said, let's make an espresso martini.
We're gonna be drinking on stream. Oh, hey, wait, hold on. You missed the disclaimer, didn't you?
No, I haven't even put it up yet. We haven't even started. So first, I want to show you guys what we're dealing with here. So,
Everyone's drinking more.
you guys are used to this format. You guys are used to this layout. Well, guess what? You're wrong. There's no coffee order. What you guys want to be dealing with, Green from College says Wally's Peach. Honestly, Granny's Peach Tea is kind of what I, kind of looks like that myself. If you guys were thinking coffee order, you're wrong. What you want is a beautiful cocktail order. This is the new look. What do you guys think? It's beautiful. Oh, a margarita. Sorta and I were texting this week, and we said, what are you going to drink for the show? And we were kind of throwing some things off each other. And I said, I'm going to make a margarita. And you know what? After fear of being deported, I didn't do it. There's just too much going on in the world. It would have been culturally insensitive for me to do it.
Yeah, as a white guy.
I kept it with the Wall Street special. I just got off work at the stock exchange, and I'm going to get a G&T at my favorite my favorite establishment that sells libations.
Dude, the oldest liquor store. Hey,
yeah,
the oldest liquor store in the country. I learned this week. Is right down the street from Harris's house.
The oldest liquor store in all of America is downtown Charleston. So you guys can Google it, fact check me. My lovely girlfriend taught me that, and it is still there. It's down the street. Anyway.
It was in 16.
I'm pretty sure it was 16. Yeah, 1600s. So.
Yeah. So.
All right. Before we get started, you guys, we have to be responsible. This is a disclaimer. While we may be enjoying alcoholic beverages live on the stream, we want to make it clear that we do not condone or promote the irresponsible or illegal use of alcohol. We encourage our viewers to always drink responsibly and adhere to the legal drinking age in their location and make safe choices. Please remember that moderation and personal responsibility are key. So while we're all having fun tonight, don't be sipping with us and then getting hungry later and driving to the store. Once you take a sip, you're in, and you're parking it, and you're talking with us about the news.
Harris, you can't, dude. Dude, you can't. No one in this audience can go get pulled over tonight and be like, well, Harrison and Soren were fucking.
See, we just covered it. Yeah, we lawyered up before the show, you guys. We know that some of you guys are gonna get behind the wheel. We got friggin' Frick 666 first time chat. I'll be drinking so irresponsibly. I'm gonna act like I didn't hear that. I'm just gonna act like I didn't hear that. But I acknowledged it, so now he's lawyered up. No. Anyway, get these guys the keys.
Julia, you can't drink irresponsibly. I'm
already driving, though. All right, you guys. Well, again, it is March 27th.
Let me mention, I'm like dying right now.
Oh yeah, Soren's like deathly ill.
I'm like insane. So I don't even know why I'm partaking, but
dude, boys I'm gonna do my best.
So if I'm coughing too much, just fucking deal with it. All right, you're gonna have to deal with it, and my wisdom will still come out in the stream tonight.
Dude, the chat is buzzing right now. We got Stevo de Cappuccino. We need Stevo de Margarita in the chat.
This is proof. Maybe we have to officially change it.
I know. Green from College.
I mean, these people are all. I think
we cracked the code, dude.
Yeah, our audience is not morning people like we are.
Man, that's some crazy things. You guys, we thought you guys wanted coffee order. What we didn't realize that you guys wanted a stiff drink. You said, make it a double. Jeez. God, sorry. We let you guys down. I didn't know that coffee order was such a bust. Well, I'm happy that we got this going. We've been talking about this since the original coffee order back in 2024. So I'm happy that we got this. So everyone raise your glass before we get started, and then we're going to do the rundown really quick. I got some GNSs right here. Oh, I wanted to show, if you guys can see this, in my drink, it's a heart.
What is that, like Ice Cube?
No, it's part of the glass. I don't know what I was going to say with that. I just wanted to show you the guys that my glass is way cooler than your guys'. All right. So, coffee order presents cocktail order.
Yeah, we're here.
It is March 25, 2025. This is our rundown. Nothing has changed, but everything's changed, if you know what I mean. We're going world news, into U.S. politics. Then we also got business and finance. We'll go into technology and science and silence. We're actually going to do technology and silence. We're going to let you, the audience talk. And then sports and entertainment. We have a great show. Soren, we want to get into it right away?
Dude, I think we should get into it because there's a lot of shit we're going to talk about that is, this is like DC cocktail order where this is like all the people on a Thursday night after they get off work at the Capitol.
Yeah,
or whatever,
you got done
they
at the
go,
Hill, man.
you
Dude,
know,
I'll
you
tell
got done
you.
at the Hill, and this is all the shit they're talking about. So, buckle in.
All right, first up, little Aperol Spritz, little palate cleanser. Some world news, you guys. Let's do this.
Palate cleanser.
Little palate cleanser. Here we go. So I want to give you guys. Last month, you thought the trade war with all the tariffs was getting bad. Now that they've been enacted, I want to give you guys the most updates. So, as of March 27th, the global trade landscape has been marked by escalating tensions just about everywhere in the world. Whether it's our allies, whether it's our adversaries, there's been an implementation of significant tariffs across the globe, and it's been primarily initiated by the United States under President Donald Trump. On March 26th, this is the newest update that I can tell you guys, is that President Trump announced a 25% tariff on all imported vehicles effective April 3rd. This measure aims to bolster the domestic auto industry, but it's also raised concerns about the potential price increases for consumers and just general disruptions to the global supply chain. Soren, right when you think that your eggs weren't safe, he's coming after your cars.
Dude, and my favorite thing about this is like so many people have flipped. They're just like, I'll pay $10 for eggs if it means Donald Trump's doing it to me. Like it's like,
well, you know, and it's so funny because yeah, just like you said, it was like when the election back in November was at its apex. Price of goods was the hot topic. Oh, eggs are too expensive. Thanks a lot, Biden. And now that eggs have not gone down, they've only gone up in price. Trump has openly admitted that it's a lot more difficult than had been previously expected. But then now there's been an international response and also retaliatory measures to every single tariff that has been implemented. The European Union and the European leaders have condemned the U.S. on auto tariffs, describing them detrimental to this business trade. Canada and Mexico have both expressed strong opposition to these tariffs. Our two closest and physical allies, and Japan and South Korea have sought exemptions from these tariffs. Small island nations that we rely as, defensive allies for the region, and China, who we have always really been at a trade war with, have criticized the U.S. action as a violation of our World Trade Organization principles and is considering, appropriate responses to this. On top of,
as they should,
these every other nation in the world having an opinion about this, there's also economic implications that come with this, right, Soren? We have several economic consequences. We have inflationary pressures. Sorry, I have a ton of notes written in front of me. I tried to keep my thoughts organized because I was about to lose it. Oh,
number one.
We got Kyle 7. Is that Stu in here? Anyway, so the inflationary pressures. Higher tariff leads to increased prices for imported goods. This contributes to inflation. Impact on global supply chains. These tariffs are going to disrupt the global supply chains, and, any industry reliant on international trade will suffer, whether it's job losses or price hikes. You have potential for, this has really set the stage for the global recession. Not saying that there will be a global recession. I'm not saying there is one. What I am saying is, if there wasn't one, the stage has been set. A little bit of historical context for you guys. Trade wars involve countries imposing tariffs on each other. The current trade tensions have imposed these significant tariffs. Anyway, trade has been extremely fragile in the world. The World Trade Organization is extremely volatile right now. Global trade relations have never been more insecure. As these situations, I feel like I can't even tell you guys what's going on in the world because it's going to change tomorrow. That's how bad it's going to be. You know what I'm saying? So, all I'm saying is that this is the trade war update. Soren, if you want to add anything.
Oh man, did you check your Robinhood app recently, bro?
Oh,
stocks are fucked.
Just wait till we get to business and finance, big dog.
Just wait, you guys don't even know.
You guys don't even know.
I think it's ridiculous because I do think especially America having such a like grasp on the global economy as it is. It's like the past like 7 years we've just been floating away as a more like rogue state, and even like especially with Donald Trump obviously in office, like he's just like accelerating that at a crazy clip. But it's weird because there's nothing wrong with like having like specific tariffs if like certain goods are being like can only be taken or traded from that place, like from whatever Botswana or fucking some mineral that you can only get at a certain place. But yes, or like, but if you can get it in your own country, like the whole America First thing's such a joke because he's thinking that's what's going to happen, but really he's almost just like betting on the stock market to fail, so like he can just make a ton of money.
That's why
like,
Trump coin is worth nothing right now, because if he shorts his own coin, he still comes out ahead.
Exactly, and I think we will be in a recession very, very soon. Like maybe damn near this summer.
Fingers crossed. No, I'm kidding. Orwellian conflict. I'm loving how active you are in the chat. We got to have you on the show sometime. Kyle, give me a heads up before the nukes pop up. Hey, Bo, you're in Canada. That's assuming we even have contact with each other. All right.
Is that
Ben Banta? Big Ben Banta. I'm about to dox this guy.
Dude, is that dude?
I know.
Can you even look
dude,
at
the chat is beyond lit right now. We got a beautiful crowd. Hot crowd.
Ben's in Ohio, bro. You can't even. What's going on, bro? Yeah, you can't have a hot girl summer in a recession at all. You just can't.
Modern tragedy. But modern problems require modern solutions, folks.
Yeah.
And that's move to Canada.
How are you gonna address your own hot girl summer? That's what I want to know. That'll be the topic of the next show.
So
rescuing the hot girl summer.
What does it take to rescue? Hot girl summer is in crisis. So we have the Ukraine and Russia war updates. Again, these top three, the trade war, the Russia-Ukraine war, and the Israel-Palestine update in that conflict, we're going to do these every single month until they end. We've been doing them. We're going to keep doing them. So, as of March 27th, today, several significant developments have occurred in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. There's been a truce in the Black Sea. Ukraine and Russia have agreed to a ceasefire and cease of military activities in the Black Sea. They are ultimately aiming to ensure navigation for shipping. This agreement has been mediated by the United States, and it's been a preliminary step in ensuring a broader ceasefire to the end of this overall conflict. There's also been an energy infrastructure ceasefire. Both nations have consented to a temporary halt on strikes targeting each other's energy facilities. I feel like if you're just going to keep fighting and you're just going to not go after like critical infrastructure, it's just like, let's just kill the people and not the stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't count as a ceasefire, I don't think.
There's also been a few military incidents that have been going on. Russia has attacked a Russian airbase on March 19th. Ukrainian forces targeted the Russian Engels 2 military airbase in the Sartov region. This has resulted in the destruction of 96 air-launched cruise missiles intended for future operations. So a light W for Ukraine. And then there's also been the deployment. Oh, did you say hold on?
No, I said all that money, bro.
Oh, and I said, this is the crazy one. There's been a deployment of armed robots in this conflict now. So whatever you thought was outdated in the Black Ops video games, you were wrong. The future's now, old man. Ukraine's Ministry of Defense have approved the deployment of the NRK Lyut robots. They are equipped with 7.62 caliber machine guns. If you don't know what 7.62 is, that is the caliber that the AK-47 shoots. It's bigger than an M16. M16s shoot 5.56. AK-47s shoot 7.62, along with other, but it's a pretty big bullet. And if you know anything about NATO SAPI plates, they block everything except 7.62. So these robots were designed for killing machines, boy.
Dude. That's, you know what that is? That was Armory Harris right there. That was
I'm giving you guys the rundown. I'm giving you guys critical military knowledge right here. And I'm not the only one. If you play your cards right, you might be in a group chat by the end of this episode.
Dude, you might be in our fucking signal.
Yeah, you might be in our, that's what we
actually
might be in
our signal. Dude,
Uh,
there's three military Harrises. There's Hungry Harris, who eats all his MREs. That's the Harris we love, know and love. There's Pentagon Harris, who has all the intel.
the
You know,
businessman.
that's like 90% of the show is Pentagon Harris. And then there's Armory Harris, who's Sergeant Harris.
Oh my-
He's the one talking about he's running and bullets and
Fellas, you
jumping
can't
in
win
mud
hearts and
shit.
minds with bullets through them. 762, 0.00. I don't think bullets are the answer. Anyway,
Oh, we're on a list, Ben. We're on a list.
yeah, dude. If I keep talking like this, we're just gonna have to have my FBI agent, my handler, join us on the next stream.
That's been Kash Patel.
More developments in the Russia-Ukraine war have just been centered around international diplomacy and aid with greater countries. Leaders from nearly 30 European countries this month had met in Paris to discuss bolstering Ukraine's military capabilities and the potential deployment of a European armed force to secure any future peace deal. So, we're going to get into what happened at the White House at the beginning of the month or at the end of last month in the US politics, but that kind of pushed European leaders to get, their ass in gear, as if the United States position has never been more volatile than it is. NATO's stance has also emphasized the alliance and the commitment to defending all member nations, even though Ukraine has still been trying to champion that partnership. That's really what's going on. I will say, though, there's been continuing hostilities, and this is exactly what Ukraine had been telling us. Despite the ongoing negotiations and ceasefire agreements, Russian forces have still continued drone strikes across Ukraine. This has led President Zelensky to assert that these actions demonstrate Russia's lack of interest in any genuine peace. So, exactly what he was saying, he was like, you guys can believe Russia all you want. They can, they can sign the papers, they can do all these things. All we're saying is, just because they sign something diplomatically doesn't mean we are seeing it on the battlefield. And that's exactly what we're seeing in the news too. So
yeah, it's all like, I think it's all just to keep people like somewhat, they just like a veneer of calmness. You know what I mean? Because especially with Trump, like I don't really think he gives a shit, obviously, or like him and his cronies. But like Putin obviously doesn't care, and so Zelensky's just like in the middle, just like,
yeah, man.
He's like caught with his pants down, bro. He's like I don't know what to do, like. And dude, it's one of those things where I just seriously think that Ukraine's gonna be gone. Like,
before Zelensky was a president, he was an actor. He was a comedian.
Yeah, I know.
Can you imagine, like, his inner comedian? Like, push aside the diplomat, push aside the politician. He probably is in, whether it's the Oval Office showdown that happened last. Like, I think there's no way the comedian in his head is not back there saying, like, is this a fucking sick joke? Like. Yeah. I don't know. Like, it's crazy to think that we also have someone who is not a traditional politician in office, and they also do, but the big split is that one is competent and one is self-obsessed. So you kind of, and I'm not trying to state my opinion in a way that shows our audience that I, don't rock with our current president, but what I am trying to say is that if we wanted to compare the same exact situation, a non-traditional politician gaining the presidency, there has been ways that it's happened before, and there's someone who's handled it in a way that's a little bit more graceful. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Zelensky walked in there like Charlie Chaplin and just started doing some slapstick, I feel like Trump would have been like on his hands like a little child.
Well,
like
I just don't get why he can't wear a fucking suit. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, what's up with that? He's like wearing his like Lululemon all the time.
Dude. All right. We're talking about more war here. We got Israel-Palestine updates. This is the
real war, by the way.
Yeah, this is a pretty intense conflict as well. We've been talking about this since the very first coffee order we ever did. There has been a ceasefire collapse and renewed hostilities. As of March 18th, the Israeli offensive marked a total turning point in what we had previously thought as a ceasefire. Israel claimed it was necessary to respond and to dismantle Hamas command structure. Essentially, after so, starting from the top, they had an agreement to do a hostage swap. They were going to slowly start releasing hostages, back and forth. While Hamas was releasing hostages, they were not releasing them at the rate that Israel agreed on. Israel was not releasing any Hamas hostages. Yeah. So, while neither side was abiding to the original ceasefire deal, Israel stated that they are resuming the conflict or breaking the ceasefire because Hamas had not honored their side of the deal, when in reality neither side did. Anyway, Israel's approach indicates a total shift from this containment that they wanted to into decisive elimination of Hamas military capabilities. This impacts Hamas militarily, and that's just about it, not really ideologically. There's nothing been different. Elise Cron, what up? Yeah, Hamas
Elise, what do you know about
hostages.
Israel?
Elise, yeah, what do you know about Israel?
Elise, what do you know about genocide?
Also, there's also been a rise in the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Gaza has been experiencing the most severe development in the humanitarian crisis yet. Nearly 90% of the population in Gaza has been displaced. The blockade, too, that has been filtering out all aid, has led to shortages of food, clean water, medical supplies, and the hospitals in the region are beyond capacity. This sucks, especially considering that the limited electrical and resource, the limited, as you can tell, the GNS has been, should have ate a little bit more. With hospitals beyond capacity, the limited electricity and resources to treat the wounded has been dire more than ever. There's a tactical and ethical drama with this. You know, you want to honor the Geneva Convention. We do not go after the wounded, non-militants. Obviously, the Geneva Convention has not been factored at all in this conflict. There's also international optics. You have almost every watchdog agency in the world and third parties basically raising awareness to the humanitarian aid and suffering in Gaza. The International Criminal Court, ICC, has been aware of all these things, and there's really nothing of action that is coming out of it. And this is only going to continue to make potential fallout, or continue to push the potential fallout down. If there's no action, it's only going to get worse, and by the time you take action, it's going to be irreversible. I just feel like they just keep pushing their urgency down, and then when they finally deal with it, it's just going to be a steaming pile of shit. You're also seeing rare anti-Hamas protests in Gaza. This has really never happened before because Hamas is one of the more active political groups. While it is a terrorist organization, it also has political legs in the region. Protests in Gaza have also reflected public frustration with Hamas, not by Israelis, but by Palestinians. Palestinians are feeling like Hamas is only hurting the movement, but they can turn to no one because obviously the governing agency for the region, Israel, doesn't care about Palestinians. And you have a terrorist organization that you are stuck between a rock and the hardest fucking place possible.
Yeah.
And then when you appeal to the ICC, no one's there to listen. So I don't know. The people have only eroded the legitimacy of whatever Hamas thought it was. And you're seeing a potential power shift between the people and these governing forces. Again, there is a diplomatic stalemate. I feel like every month we've talked about diplomatic stalemates and ceasefires and missed opportunities. Netanyahu is facing pressure from other Israelis to get these hostages back, but he is not doing things that diplomats do when they want to get hostages back, if that makes sense. And if these ceasefire efforts continue to fail, regional players like Egypt, Qatar, Turkey also lose influence over Hamas, making future negotiations even more complicated. That's really all I have to say on this. If you guys have some critical insight, we're just two white boys talking about a corner of the globe, but I'm just telling you guys the news.
We're just telling you what's happening around the world.
Don't be mad at me.
We're just the messenger. We're just trying to tell you. But I do think, and we'll go in this even with the Turkey story and a lot of other things we have on the docket here. If you analyze this from like a deeply historical perspective, especially given the proximity to the Holocaust and how that affected Jewish people and how that basically birthed the state of Israel, I don't think there's anyone that's ever been more like Adolf Hitler in terms of his like global domination of a certain area. Because like this motherfucker is like he's looking at Turkey now. He's looking at like every single country in the Middle East, I should say.
Are you talking about
as
Netanyahu?
Orientalists like to call it. Yes.
Yep.
And he's trying to push. The only reason he's not attacking Jordan is because they have that puppet king. That Jordan's just like this like safe haven for everyone, and no one gives a fuck, and they can shoot Dune there. But that's pretty much the only reason why no one touches that place. But yeah, I mean, you look at like these ceasefires. It's like, and we'll get into it with Hassam Shabbat. Like there was like so many people who had 2 days of relief, you know, and then it was like more people were getting abducted, more people were getting shot, and like kids were just getting shot in the head. And then obviously recently with the 400 people in one night, you know, it's like it's really beyond like it's beyond parody of like what's a terrorist group and it's like what the fuck, you guys are literally a terrorist government.
Have you seen Orwellian Conflict's most recent comment in the chat? I'll read it out in case no one's watching the chat, but Orwellian Conflict says he's literally a Holocaust revisionist who thinks the Jews of the Holocaust were weak for not standing up for themselves.
I mean, they definitely stood up for themselves. I don't know what he's talking about, but like
I think he's talking about like
Netanyahu. No, I'm saying
yeah.
what Netanyahu's talking about. I know what Ben's talking about.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So.
No, but that's the thing is, so my biggest thing is like it kind of blows my mind every single day how little people pay attention. It's like so normalized just to see grief, and like they're just like, oh, okay, flick up, you know, scroll to the next thing, and it's like that's a pretty alarming thing I feel like I deal with every day, and like it's really impactful because like I don't know, like there's just I don't know what Ben said to the chat.
He said, yeah, he's a quack, bro. I'm reading the chat right now. We got a really live chat. Also, I'm going to paint a picture for all our viewers right now. We got YouTube and Twitch up. Imagine all 13 of us are in the trenches. Name a conflict, and we're there. We're in a trench in that single conflict. And you see a Ukrainian robot with 7.62 march over the trench, and we all look at each other, and under one breath we say, oh shit. We're all dead. It's a 13-on-1, and it's a fucking robot. Do we win? I'm just thinking about the future of warfare. Palestine really, like, I tell you what, when the robots started fighting in that conflict, they won't be fighting for Palestine.
No.
They will be fighting for...
Oh, what is that?
Orwellian Conflict says he plays Horizon Zero Dawn, bro. Dude, Orwellian Conflict turned into Aloy real quick, bro.
Yeah, dude. Motherfucker's about to be playing Hellbound.
KO tosses his suppressed. Dude. Alright. Well,
so, but honestly though, like what you told me earlier in the week, what is that Toyota truck?
Oh, the Toyota Hilux.
Yeah, it's the Hilux versus the robots, bro. That's basically what it's gonna be.
Dude, imagine getting Apple CarPlay on your Hilux, only to have
Dude, it's just like some ISIS like.
If you guys don't know what we're talking about, in every conflict in the Middle East, there has been one common factor, and it has been a vehicle. The Toyota Hilux is one of the most massively proliferated vehicles in the history of the world, and it's been limited to Australia and the Middle East. It's just a shitty small, it's like a Ford Ranger but smaller, and you can slap anti-air defense in the back of that thing. You can have you and 40 of your best buddies sitting in the bed, and it has been in every conflict. So if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, Google the Toyota Hilux and then say war after, and you're gonna see the most crazy kitted out trucks of all time.
And it's all halal too, so
let's keep it rolling. Let's get into Turkey unrest. All right, if you guys haven't been paying attention to the news, or if the world is just too dark for you guys, I'm gonna bring up something a little bit darker. So, there's been some recent unrest in Turkey due to the arrest of the mayor of Istanbul. Forgive me, I have not heard really anyone say his name, so I'm gonna say it. And if it's wrong, it's just because I don't know how to pronounce it. It's Ekrem Imamoglu.
Yep.
He's a prominent opposition figure and a key rival to the president of Turkey, which is Erdogan. On March 19th, the mayor was detained on charges of corruption and alleged ties to the Kurdistan Workers' Party. Kurdistan, or the Kurdish, is a group of people designated as a terrorist organization in Turkey and any of Turkey's Western allies. Supporters and various opposition groups view these charges as politically motivated from the president towards the mayor, aiming to sideline the mayor ahead of the 2028 presidential elections, which he has been a very, very strong Erdogan. Yeah, that's
Erdogan. Yeah.
yeah.
I don't know what the fuck.
The mayor of Istanbul has been a very popular figure in Turkish politics, basically trying to overhaul democratic efforts in the country. Well, in response to his arrest, widespread protest erupted across Turkey, the entire country, making it the largest anti-government demonstrations in over a decade. This is crazy because if you look at anti-government, 10 years ago in 2015, Turkey tried to throw a coup, if you guys remember. So if this is bigger than that over just an arrest, it can show you how disenfranchised the local population is coming. Tens of thousands of people took to the streets, including Istanbul, Ankara, and other major cities, demanding the release of the mayor and expressing broader discontent with the perceived democratic backsliding and authoritarianism under Erdogan's administration. The government's response has been stringent. Authorities have detained nearly 2,000 individuals over the course of these protests, including journalists covering the events. There's been police. That picture, if you guys know anything about Turkey, if you guys know anything about the Turkish culture, you probably have heard of the whirling dervishes. That is a dervish getting sprayed by police.
Mm-hmm.
That it's like a sect of Islam that tries to promote their religion through basically bodily hypnosis, being extremely peaceful, going into a trance to try and understand essentially the religion, to try and become more in tune with the religion, and the police are spraying them down. Anyway, that's what's going on in Turkey. If you haven't heard about it, I don't blame you, because there's a billion other things going on in the world that is probably taking up your bandwidth.
Turkey also has just a really weird history. I mean, there's so many groups of people there, and if you even know about the history of Greece versus Turkey and Cyprus and northern Cyprus and what's recognized as even a country or an island or whatever, and also there's a big dispute. Erdogan is accusing Ekrem of not having a legitimate college degree, which is a requirement to be a politician, but Erdogan's degree has been in question for 20 years because he's been in power for 25 years or something. And so it's just a really petty fucking thing to that's literally the legal, that's why they arrested him, or one of the biggest reasons why they arrested him. And it's just what the fuck.
Yeah, man.
Also, I saw today there's a dude in a Pikachu suit running away from police, and it's one of the sickest fucking photos. He's just running. I'll see if I can find it and I'll send it to you right now.
Yeah, I'll throw it up on the screen when I get it. But it's
so fun.
If anyone has any insight into Bishop Bacon's in the chat, he redeemed Hydrate. Not only am I going to take a sip of my adult beverage, I might even chase it with a sip of water. Drink responsibly. Got to stick to the disclaimer. Thank you, Bacon. I saw Green did that earlier. Green from college.
Green from college is he's concerned about our hydration.
He's drinking Wally piss. All right. We got to keep moving on the world news because this is going to be a good show. So the Canadian successor to Trudeau, Mark Carney, has been sworn in as the Canadian Prime Minister as of March 27th. I guess that's today, but about a week ago, Mark Carney served as the Prime Minister of Canada. He assumed office on March 14th, succeeding Justin Trudeau, who resigned following internal party pressures and declining public support. So, like a good leader, after he could feel the tides turning, after he could feel like he was no longer being beneficial to the people, he stepped down. I know. We have a Canadian in the audience. Oh, we got Norwegian boat. Yes, sir. In the general pop me in. I have intel. Dude, he's a Norwegian boat. He's in the Black Sea. He's got some serious intel. Stu, if you have any critical information on Mark Carney, please let us know. But prior to his political career, Carney was the governor of both the Bank of Canada and the Bank of England. His leadership comes at a critical time as Canada faces escalating trade tensions with the United States. yesterday, President Trump announced the tariff on automobiles and parts. Carney has openly condemned the direct attack on Canadian auto workers, to which he said, elbows up. It's the Canadian thing right now. I don't really know what it means, but I rock with it. He says, elbows up. We also have an election called immediate. Oh yeah, so I actually have notes on this. So in response to the economic challenges and to try and solidify his mandate, Carney has called for a snap federal election scheduled for April 28th. This election aims to address the ongoing trade disputes and reinforces Canada, nationhood. They're trying to show the world that they're not they're not going to become the 51st state. Now more than ever, they care. Just let me know if not, my G. What is this? I have intel. How's it? People like him a lot more. The swing from the votes. Elbows up is a hockey thing. That's just probably put your fist up.
And if you're a Canadian talking about hockey right now, go fuck yourself.
Carney's so basically they're calling a snap election. The guy, I think, Stu, correct me if I'm wrong. You can speak more intelligently about this, but the guy he's running for is a pretty far right conservative dude who's kind of not checked Trump at all. Not saying he wants to become the 51st state, but he doesn't really stick up for, Canadian sovereignty. I don't.
Yeah, it seems like there's been a big shift.
Norwegian boat. I'm trying to catch up on what you're saying. GG's then. Just let me know if not, my G. Is something going on right now?
Yeah, what are you saying?
I missed something in the chat. I have a screen up here that I'm trying to read. Not as far right as U.S. standards, but he is a Trump fan. Okay, so there you go. So you have a guy who's Trudeau's successor versus a guy who's pretty indifferent about Trump, which is pretty.
Would you say the Canadians in the chat? Would you say stuff has kind of shifted back towards? Because I know Trudeau is kind of down the shitter in his popularity, but since Trump's done his antics, do you think it's kind of shifted again back towards a centrist, left-leaning, I guess, if you want to call that?
This is the picture Soren just sent me. I'm sorry, I did not mean to interrupt. I got to show you guys this. I can't put it up. Can you guys see? I'm gonna put it up at the end. I'll pull it up at the very end of the stream so we can all look at it together. That's so funny. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. 100%. Okay. That's what I figured. I mean, it seems like there's a couple Canadian content creators and YouTubers I follow, and they're all just it's kind of it seems like it's almost united you guys in a way where it's what the fuck? Why are you guys attacking us? We're just trying to we're just chilling up here doing our fucking Canadian shit.
Dude, Stu's our Canadian correspondent now. I'm not even gonna do Canadian talk. I'm just gonna have Stu talk about it.
Where's Stu live?
He lives on the east coast of Canada. Not east coast, but in eastern Canada. He's in the same time zone I am.
Ontario-ish.
I don't want to dox him. I'm pretty sure he's
Newfoundland, bro. Do you want to dox him?
I don't want to dox him.
We're gonna find him. He's in Ontario somewhere.
That's really all I have to say about Canada. Let's get into the ICC arrest of former Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte. When I was in the military, this guy was the president of the Philippines. What you guys need to know about this man is that this guy was brutal. If you were caught selling drugs, you were sentenced to death. Weed. He outlawed weed, and if you got caught selling weed, he would kill you in the street. Anyone, he basically called all addicts junkies, and if you were an addict, he would kill you. He basically did this massive military sweep of the Philippines and just killed a fuck ton of people. What had once been, a tourism powerhouse, people were scared to go to the Philippines. Now, I'm going to give you guys all the updates. The former president, Duterte, had been arrested and is currently in the custody of the ICC at The Hague. He's facing charges of crimes against humanity related to his controversial war on drugs campaign. Does that make sense to you guys? I'm in Ottawa, the capital. That's what Kyle said. Or
Cheers.
Stu.
Go Senators.
Go Sens. Alfredson.
Go Sens.
So
Big
back in
Spencer
February
guy.
2018, the ICC of 2018. This has been a long time coming. The ICC initiated a preliminary examination into the allegations of crimes against humanity committed under Duterte's anti-drug campaign within the Philippines. This began originally in 2016. Despite the Philippines' withdrawal from the ICC in 2019, the court mandated the jurisdiction over these crimes committed while the country was a signatory to the Rome Statute. Okay, let's fast forward. Last month, February 2025, the ICC's Office of the Prosecutor applied for an arrest warrant against Duterte, accusing him of crimes against humanity, including murder, torture, and rape. The pretrial chamber found reasonable grounds to believe that Duterte was individually responsible as an indirect co-perpetrator for these crimes. That's a lot. Those are like the holy trinity of things you should never fucking do.
He's like the Gestapo, bro.
Okay, so now we're even fast forwarding to the current March 11th, this month. Duterte was apprehended at the Manila International Airport upon his return from Hong Kong. Philippine authorities, acting on the ICC's warrant, detained him. So his former troops rolled up on him at the airport and subsequently transferred him to The Hague, which is in the Netherlands, for those who don't know, where he's currently awaiting trial. There is a lot of reactions to this now. You have other former nation. Dude, if I was Trump, I'd be sweating bullets, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's that bad.
Yeah,
I'm saying
he already got away with his 91 crimes, bro.
Right.
He's untouchable.
All right. So this arrest has, elicited mixed responses within the Philippines. Supporters and including some officials around the world that had once considered him to be an ally or a friend. They've also criticized the ICC's actions, which has viewed them as an infringement on national rights. How can you have, envoys from The Hague roll up in my own country and arrest me? Well, conversely, human rights organizations and families of these victims have welcomed this development, seeing it as a significant step towards justice, towards the thousands of people who have lost their lives under the anti-drug campaign. This debate is also sparking political debates like we're having right now within the Philippines, the Senate of the Philippines launching an inquiry into the circumstances surrounding Duterte's arrest and transfer to the ICC. A lot of the Philippine senators and basically representatives of their current president, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., they're leading this probe, highlighting the complexities and potential ramifications of this unprecedented situation. So I think even if you're in opposition of him, it is a little concerning that there is a government across the world, in a different corner of the world, who can roll up on you. I think that's everyone's concern. Whether you hate him, whether you love him, I think there's a lot of concern about the ICC. And then, if you really want to bring it there, Soren and I were just talking about how it doesn't really do anything. So now that it has done something, people don't know if it had gone too far. So what are we doing? What are we talking about, you guys?
I mean, they want to go after Netanyahu, but they're too afraid to do it.
Chat, what do we think? What do we think? Do you think the ICC should be able to roll it?
I think so. They're usually right. Ethically.
Well, and it's not like they just said, we're doing this, they have processes that, this has been in process since 2016. If anything, it should have been done sooner.
Yeah. And dude, that's why it's funny, the whole resistance to Trump or anything, US is kind of untouchable, I think, in that way.
Mm-hmm.
I think if he's going to change over it all, it's going to be from within, but we tried it. He got away.
Yep.
He has 91 crimes, and he's the sitting president of the United States. So, granted, he didn't necessarily have death squads going into his own country and Duarte, and if you're homosexual, if you dissented, if you any it was no free speech, drug users.
Yeah, basically you're sentenced to death on the spot.
There was a meme that he was super into opiates too. So he's the biggest hypocrite, of course, they usually are. But it's just They should like hook him up to a bunch of like psychedelics and just make him freak out. Like, just fuck that dude, you know. But I do think it does set a precedent for what should be able to, because I mean that's the whole point of the UN, you know, like that's like the whole formation of the UN after World War II. You know, it's like the Nuremberg trials, all this like we need to have some sort of accountability in a global scene. Because if people can act globally and like we do, we just march into anywhere we want and do whatever we want and have all these like, you know, dictators or politicians or whatever, even monarchies that like listen to whatever we say because we supply them with funds and access to resources of other countries because we basically control global trade in some capacity. Not as much anymore, but I think like there has to be some sort of accountability for that. Like, granted, do I think the ICC is going to walk into the White House and like be able to just put Trumps in cuffs? No. They're too. I think they're too chicken shit.
His hands are too small for handcuffs.
Yeah. Right. His burger boy, his big beefy boy, our big beefy boy Trump, with his Diet Coke button.
Bro.
Dude, I'm trying to like, as much as I dislike this person and disagree with him, like, I would be interested to like sit and talk with him like over a meal with like no cameras, just like.
I think that's how he wins, man. I think that's how he wins because he's such a like.
I just want to like know what he's like in person. You know what I'm saying? Like he's such an insane character.
Okay, so I mean, we can talk about this at the end of the show when we go into final thoughts too. But like, I think that's where Trump. You can have all these like nasty feelings about Trump, but when you go in front of him. He comes across as just like the silly, regular, and that's how he wins you over. You look at all these comedians, your Shane Gillises, your Theo Vons, your Joe Rogans, you know, guys who their bit is that they're regular dudes, they're everyday guys, and you know, they don't know any better, and they're just trying to connect with their audience. And when you have a president, they sit down with the president, and he wins all of them over because he is just a bigger version of them. He's just a boy. He's just trying to have a good time. He's a fucking silly dude. It does something to you. You lose that animosity that you have towards this guy who is openly doing horrible things because he's with you one-on-one. It's like the graph of how well you know someone to how shitty of a person they are. The more you know someone, the less of a shitty person you are. The less you know someone, chances are if they do something shitty. I heard Trump is a Trump. We got Mez in the chat. He needs no introduction. That's just a crazy time.
Well, dude, that's the thing. Like, I just think like if I was sitting in front of Elon Musk, I'd have to like make sure I don't jump across and strangle him. But like Trump, I'd be like, all right, at least he's gonna make me laugh, and like I'm gonna be like powerless in front of him.
That's my thing with Trump. If he wasn't so fucking funny, like. I literally at the very end of if you guys gotta stay around to the very end of the show. I have a 10-second clip of Trump doing the funniest shit I think I've ever seen a president do in my life, and I quote it every day now. I quote it every day. I'm gonna show you guys a clip at the end of the show. So, Elon's a robot. All right.
Yeah, Elon's a sick fuck. All right. Let's go into
yeah, we got to keep this thing rolling. We haven't even gone through world news yet.
In seriously not cool, completely unfunny news. A journalist in Gaza he was from North Gaza. He's been covering shit that's been going on since before October 7th. He was a direct correspondent with like The Intercept and Drop Site News, Democracy Now. He was murdered. His name was Hassam Shabbat, and he was a local legend and hero in Gaza. And I followed him like, I think it was like October 10th or like a few days after October 7th. I followed him on Twitter, and I kept following him. I was like, dude, this dude's a fucking, like, this is the man. And as someone who like does journalism and photography, who he was a photographer as well, I looked up to him a lot. As a 23-year-old dude, I was like, dude, this dude's like, you know, crazy. And there's videos of all these people like, oh, I thought you, like, there's this video of this girl coming up to him because she thought he was killed, and she was like saying how much he inspired her to become a journalist when she's older, and then literally like the next day he was killed after that video. And his final message was just like, hey, I want everyone to keep talking, because he knew he was gonna die. He's like, he wrote his own obituary. Like, he just said, you know, if I die, this is what I want everyone to keep saying, free Palestine. I want this to be free, and like people need to understand the atrocities that are happening. His whole family was basically killed, and he was killed with his fellow journalist, and he reported on his journalist's death an hour before his death. His friend is one of his best friend's deaths, and so like, if you want to take yourself, if you're feeling sorry for yourself, just think about that guy, and like his daily, experience, and the work that his purpose was for his life was to show people the truth, and that's something that I'll always look up to. So rest in peace, rest in power, Hassam Shabbat, fucking legend, and free Palestine, bro.
I have nothing to say about that story except for, as Americans, we live in a bubble. We have, even no matter how bad it gets for us, we still live on average a little bit more privileged life than a lot of the other corners of the globe. And even as occupational hazards and other, like a journalist in America, it's a pretty protective profession. Even under someone spreading misinformation, a journalist can usually bring awareness, and most people can identify that the journalist is doing their job. Other countries do not have this right. Other individuals do not have this right to spread the news or truth. Like, I'll tell you what, if you want to make it relatable, I guarantee cocktail orders not happening in these corners of the globe. And these are people who are making something, 10 times as good as this product, 100 times as good as this product, that are risking their lives to go out and practice what they preach. Do as I do, not as I say. Rest in power. That's all I gotta say.
And that's the thing is, in this conflict, more journalists have died than any other conflict. It's the number's over 200, and that's in less than, or just a little over a year.
Wow.
Well, a year and a half now. But so, hey, mind your P's and Q's.
Cross your T's and dot your I's.
Yeah.
Let's get into some U.S. politics. I believe that's a Malbec. Dude,
this is the juicy part of the show. This is the
part that gets the viewers talking. Anyone can talk about a country no one's ever heard about. What we're talking about now is your backyard. Welcome to America, I say.
The big juicy boy, our favorite guy.
All right. We're getting juicy, Mez says. Let's talk about it. Back in January basically right when President Donald Trump took office, he issued an executive order that basically titled, it wanted to prioritize the military excellence and readiness. That was the title of this executive order. And it prohibited individuals who identify as a gender different from their biological sex from serving in the U.S. military. This order asserts that such identities conflict with the military's values of honesty, discipline, and unit cohesion. Not because there is anything medical, they weren't medically ready to deploy, there was a surgery or transitioning would take them out of the military. They're saying that if you are not the gender that aligns with your biological sex, it is not honest, and you're not practicing a discipline.
Damn.
That is exactly, I'm 100%, that is the quote. Well, following this directives, the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth released a memorandum outlining the implementation of the ban. The memo mandates the identification of separation of basically transgender service members. They're going to try and separate and push out all these people. Well, the implementations of this policy, there's been, several implications for military readiness and cohesion. There's been a lot of critics, including federal circuit judges, former veterans, senators, and then there's also been a lot for this, for the ban. It's like, what this reminds me of, Soren? Don't ask, don't tell era. Like Bush era, like if you're gay, you can't serve. It like history may not repeat itself, but it rhymes.
Was that? Didn't you have to experience that too, though?
No, I was under Obama and then Trump, so there was no don't ask, don't tell. It had been repealed by the time I joined the military. Well, okay, so let's get into it. I said a judge blocked the transgender military ban. Well, this policy has prompted a lot of legal actions around the grounds that it violates the constitutional rights of transgender individuals. Advocacy groups argue that the ban discriminates based on gender identity and undermines the principle of equal protection under the law. In March 2025, which is this month, the U.S. District Judge Anna Reyes issued a preliminary injunction blocking the enforcement of the ban, stating that it likely violates the constitutional rights of transgender service members. What I want to bring up here is that Donald Trump is a fucking draft dodger, does not have the courage to serve. You have transgender individuals that are willing to serve their country, to lay down their life.
He had bone spurs, bro.
Well, all I'm saying
I'm just kidding. Keep going.
is that if you are willing to serve your country in an honorable fashion, 4 years, 20 years, whatever, and someone is banning you based off who you are, you're living your truth, and you want to serve honorably, shame on them. You have done everything that you can in your power to serve your country honorably. That's nothing to hang your head about. What I am concerned is the way forward. Obviously, the war on DEI is no secret, but inclusivity is become a slur to this administration. I don't know how to else to say it. I don't know why it hurts them so much to have people want to serve. I think I can understand having someone go, transition. Okay, so Mez is in the chat saying trans people need more medical attention than gay lesbian. Like trans generally need frequent medication and shits. There's a difference between red. And that's what I'm saying. If that is what you wanted to say, I can understand that. If you wanted to say it's going to decrease the readiness of an individual, they won't be ready to deploy. But they specifically stated that it conflicts with the military's values of honesty, discipline, and unit cohesion. It had not stated readiness and availability in the direct quote. If that's what we're talking about, that's fine. I can agree. But that is not what the people who are banning it are saying.
I mean, I don't know why you guys aren't all on steroids anyways.
And I live in South Carolina, and one of our representatives is Nancy Mace, and what she brings up a lot is gender. For those who don't know, gender is a concept. Sex is real. It's male or female, XX, XY. Are there some people that are born with some sort of mix of XX and XY due to complications? Gender, on the other hand, is not real. Gender is not real. And I'm telling you guys this. Gender is a concept. Sex is real. So if you want to say, they're transsexual, let's define it. We can deal with that. We can try and go from there. But gender, it is not real. I have nothing else to tell you on this. If you don't understand, if you said there's only two genders, there's not. Gender is a spectrum.
Yeah, and
sex is not a spectrum.
Gendered identity too, with gender expression as well.
God damn it, Silver. Silver just brought up another critical point in our argument. We gotta ban the trans robots from the Russian.
Yeah, what if they start acting independently? And they're like, I don't know. I kind of want
trans robots. What a robot identifies as a human, bro. It's gonna get real complicated real quick, you guys.
I'm assuming that Mezzanine.
Just call him Mez.
Is in the military.
Mez served.
Is that what's his name? What's your name? What's his name?
I'm not gonna say his name out loud. His name is not Mez. It starts with a C.
Okay, did I meet this dude?
You've never met Mez.
Right,
so Mez and I served in the military at the same time. He was in the Air Force. I was in the Marine Corps. We met through video games, and we found out we were living within an hour of each other.
Mez.
So that's just Mez.
So he was flying around. He was patrolling.
Well, all right.
I only assume that because of the way you're talking about it. It sounded like you knew people in the military, so that's why I assumed that.
Okay, honestly, the whole thing feels like such a distraction strategy, like something of the 1% population joins the military. Trans people. Okay, then Mez, great argument. I 100% agree with you. 1% of the population joins the military. So why focus on it? Why is this the hill that you're willing to die on? Not you, but obviously this administration. Anyway, that's all I have to say about that. That's what's going on in the transgender military ban. Soren, do you have any other insight before we move on to the Venezuelan deportation?
I guess if you're in the Air Force and you're on roids, you probably can't fit in the planes, right?
So he's got ILS, invisible lat syndrome.
Because when you were like, I was like, the military budget's so crazy, and you guys have to eat fucking like dog water for food. I was like, what the hell's going on here?
I will say I ate really good when I was in the military.
Right, but that was like your choice. But I'm saying like, why the fuck? Like, I don't know. Like, you guys should be like the most top shape like motherfuckers all the time, best nutrition, like blood work done every week. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm gonna tell you guys this. I'm gonna let you guys in on a little secret. Soren brings up a really good point. Top shape. Every branch of the military has height and weight standards. A lot of them are really dated. I know the Marine Corps go back to like the 40s when the average human was like 5'8". I'm not even kidding. What I want to bring up is that if you can say that there's something physically wrong with you and it affects your mental health, every individual under active duty gets one cosmetic surgery if you can show that it affects your mental health. I'm not kidding. If you don't believe me, you can look this up. And this is going to sound really testy, but what I'm showing you guys right now is that women can say, oh, I don't feel confident about my body. And a big cosmetic surgery women in the military get is a boob job. I'm not even kidding. As we go to men, the number one cosmetic surgery that men get in the military is overweight service members get liposuction because they show that their weight is affecting how they work. Instead of working out, they get liposuction. It is one of the biggest cosmetic surgeries that the military pays for. Say what you want about it, but what I am trying to say is whether you're for or against transgender service members, you can say that the cosmetic surgery, okay, Mez is confirming the cosmetic surgery. You get one free. I'm not even kidding. I never did mine. I wanted to get new teeth. I wanted to get new teeth when I was in the military, and I never did.
Oh, you got new skin though.
Yeah, it's true. I actually went on Accutane in the military. It was fucking miserable. So
If you ever feel Harris's hands,
dude, if you guys want to know about my surgery, it was not a surgery. It was a pill I took for fucking 8 months, but it was brutal.
I was with him. He said, I can't drink any alcohol, and I was like, good.
And then, so that's what I'm saying is that these cosmetic Mez, you should have got free boobs. All right, we're gonna reel this in. All right, so
I can't fit in the planes without steroids, so this is true.
So if you guys have been paying attention to any sort of immigrant talk in the zeitgeist, you have probably heard about Venezuelan jails and court orders and Trump deporting people that may or may have not been part of these gangs or whatever. I want to tell you exactly what's going down. So you heard it from Cocktail Order first. The U.S. government's deportation of Venezuelan immigrants has garnered significant attention and a lot of legal scrutiny. On March 15th of this month, President Donald Trump invoked the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. I guess it was really applicable to these times. 1798. 20 years after the formation of the United States. This has been a rarely used wartime statute to expedite the deportation of individuals alleged to be members of gangs, or in this case, a Venezuelan gang called the Tren de Argua. I don't know how to say it. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Especially if you're a gang member. Sorry. This action led to the swift removal of over 250 Venezuelan migrants to El Salvador right away. They were detained in a high-security facility known as the Terrorism Confinement Center, called there's an acronym for it. CCOT? It kind of sounds like the Gestapo. Anyway, the legality of these deportations has been challenged in the U.S. courts. Several federal appeals in courts have been upheld to temporarily block the administration's use of the Alien Enemies Act. Though, even though that they banned that, Trump still continues. They had put some of these Venezuelan immigrants on a plane, and the judge told Trump that this is illegal, you can't do this, and Trump sent the plane anyway. The conditions and legal status of these deported individuals in El Salvador has also raised international concern. Human rights organizations have highlighted reports of harsh treatments and potential violations under international law. There has been no due process. None of them were proved to be gang members. And the prisons that they are sending to have no oversight under U.S. laws. The United States is paying El Salvador $6 million a month to take these prisoners. It sounds like they're trying to keep the shit out of the eye. I don't know. It kind of sounds weird. We're
Yeah,
paying to go to a prison that doesn't have to abide by U.S. rules. Anyway, these events have sparked the broader debate on immigration policies, historical statutes like the Alien Enemies Act, and the balance between national security and the individual rights of humans, especially immigrants. These legal proceedings are ongoing. These situations continue to evolve, especially as these courts and government agencies and international bodies address the complex implications of these deportations. No due process is being done. No one has been proved to be a terrorist or a gang member. They are just rolling up on people willy-nilly. And obviously the most famous example of this is that there was a youth soccer coach with a soccer tattoo that had been rolled up and deported, and it was someone's dad. And the logic behind it is that they stated is that he had tattoos, gang-affiliated tattoos, and it was a soccer ball.
Yeah, it's like similar to the Real Madrid logo.
Yep. Hala Madrid. You probably thought it was, when they said Hala Madrid, they probably thought it was Middle Eastern.
Yeah, it's like, actually, sir, that's European.
Guantanamo too.
I mean, dude, that's like, this is like, it's so funny because him, Trump and Musk are like, we need to impeach these. This is a judicial coup, and it's like, you guys are fucking like, this is fascism. Like, you're like wrangling like that woman today, or yesterday.
Oh,
dude.
What was she Turkish?
Yes.
The Turkish PhD student.
Yes, and they just picked her up off the street.
Have you guys seen? Has the chat? Have you guys seen that video of the bystanders recording police rolling up on the student in Tufts University? Yeah. The student PhD candidate was walking to class, and all these cops come out of nowhere. They're all wearing masks and basically roll up on her, take her backpack off, and just throw her in a car. And it looked like something. It looked like something from 120 years ago. Like,
yeah, dude, it's like Nazi Germany, bro. Not even 120 years.
La Liga, by the way. Dude, Symmetric. That's some. He's about to get deported. He starts putting these words in there.
Dude, Alex, bro, you're Italian, bro. You might be sent off.
Yeah, you better. That's why I shaved my beard, because if I had a beard, I start looking like I'm a foreign national, and I'm afraid to get. I carry my passport on me. No, I'm kidding.
Dude, yeah, I'm so lucky. Dude.
Yes, Alex is going to be our soccer correspondent. We got to get him for sports.
Yeah, Alex, what's going on in the world? Once we get to sports, we'll talk about that. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves here.
All right, you guys want to get to foreign aid? Is this what you want?
Yeah, let's get to foreign aid. Doge, baby.
Let's get to Doge. As of this month, U.S. Supreme Court addressed the Trump's administration to attempt to withhold nearly $2 billions with a B in foreign aid payments. The situation begins as President Trump issued an executive order pausing. I think the buzzword is going to be executive order. Every time I say that, take a drink. The situation begins as Trump issued an XO, for short, I already said it, pausing all foreign assistance programs for 90 days to ensure alignment with his America First policy. This action has led to suspension of numerous U.S. aid and State Department funded projects, affecting the entire global humanitarian effort process for the United States. Billions, Mez says. Chugs. Yeah, in response, several aid organizations, including AIDS Vaccine Advocacy Coalition and the Journalism Development Network, filed lawsuits challenging the administration's decision. They've also, I think the overall argument of this is that their halting congressional approved funds have violated these contracts and the Administrative Procedure Act. Jesus, I gotta spit that out. When you do that, it no longer constitutionally separates the powers. These administration acts. I know, I gotta spit it. Sorry, Alex. Dude, who thought cocktail order was a good idea? Fuck you guys.
Yeah. You're getting a little buzz.
A little toasty. Anyway, so where does the Supreme Court come into the story? On March 5th, the Supreme Court, in a 5-4 decision, split. It was really close. Upheld the lower court's order requiring the administration to release these funds to the allocations. The Chief Justice, John Roberts, and Justice Amy Barrett joined 3 liberal justices in the majority the court instructed Judge Ali to clarify the government's obligations, which Judge Ali was the circuit judge that had raised awareness to the ban. And following the ruling, the administration began processing the payments. By March 20th, approximately 671 million, less than half, had been dispersed. Through the nearly next 2 weeks, this will go through the court-ordered deadline. The Justice Department indicated that the payments to non-litigating organizations should be completed by the end of April, totaling the nearly $2 billion that was promised. This case, what does this mean, right? This is just underscoring the tensions between the executive branch and Trump's administration's policy directives and any of the judiciary roles, right? This is like, where do constitutional boundaries, like, why do they keep going over these boundaries? Where are these constitutional boundaries for the executive branch that have seemingly disappeared? Anyway, it's also highlighting challenges balancing the presidential authority with congressional intent, especially regarding foreign aid and the appropriations that had been previously promised through the last, even Trump's first administration.
Dude, imagine Obama was doing this. I mean,
in a way, I feel,
Obama.
yeah, I'm an Obama. I'm not, in no way am I an Obama stan.
No way, shape, or form. I'm not endorsing anybody. I'm just saying. Like, all these, like, really invasive actions. Like, literally, Steve Bannon said, he goes, the whole playbook is to do 100 crazy things every single day, so everyone can only pay attention to 3, and that's like what they're doing. And like, it's like. Oh, man, I really don't have many words for it, because it's like, it's such a anti-American on us. Not like,
well, coffee.
we have the richest fucking,
like,
go ahead.
This is no longer me trying to tell you what it means. I'm just trying to keep up. You know, like, I think
me too.
Coffee Order's original intent was us trying to, like, bring you the news, a little bit of a common man take. And now there's just so much that's happening every day that we just want to stay on top of it. I'm just trying to tell you what happened. We used to do this weekly, and we started under the Biden administration, and there was a lot of slow news weeks. Not a lot to talk about some weeks.
They're good at hiding it.
And now it seems like every month we are just a shotgun blast of, like, holy shit, we need to tell people about this. Yeah.
Like, we should have done monthly at first, because it was like we could have packed in, but now it's like we have to really pick and choose what we want to talk about. And like, literally, I'm like, half the things Harris had on here, I was like, oh, this is like stuff I was gonna like bring up.
Soren and I talk about our docket before we do this, and I was like, hey man, I kind of just put everything in there, and if you had nothing, we could talk about it together.
Yeah, I was like, dude, that's perfect, honestly. I was like, because we could have 60 fucking things on each page. But I mean, dude, it's just like the whole, what really bothers me is how like, you know, like, I think we might have mentioned this. I hear more about U.S. news and stuff going on here. Yeah,
how much of it has been tied up between the two countries, Stu? How many, like, you can't even hear Trump address Canadian news without saying Governor Trudeau. Like, these petty jabs that he does, like, you can't help but just get roped into, like, even no matter how strong you are at straighten up and fly right, somehow you get fucking sucked into this BS, and now you're in it. Whether you want to or not, it concerns you. And while you may not be into politics, politics is into you.
Yeah, yes, it is. It's a famous quote by Mr. Ralph Nader right there. Turn on to politics or it'll turn on to you, baby. But literally, like, my biggest frustration with this USA thing is like just the constant lying about it. Like, they were like, oh, we're sending condoms to Hamas to build bombs. Oh, we're sending, like, and it's like $100 million. Oh, now it's $150 million. It's like all these lies. And it's like, actually, it was like all this different, like, reproductive medical, you know, like, health shit that was going to, like, Madagascar. I was like, wasn't even going to fucking, like, it's like, what the hell? Like, don't you want people to have reproductive health, like, access to that?
Okay, Matt, we got Mez and Calvin in here. They report more because it's Trump. I don't get this obsession, but Trump could fucking sneeze and you'd have 7 news organizations flipping the fuck out. As much as I agree with that, you guys forget that whatever Biden did, whether he fucking forgot stage left or walk, like, you guys think because there's just such this animosity for Trump in the zeitgeist that is, we're like, why are we talking about it? Biden was equally as bad. Let's not act like it's just because Trump. How many times were we watching old Sleepy Joe?
Yeah.
As much as I agree with you saying Trump could sneeze and we're going to hear about it, I want to also say that it is so unfair to say it's only Trump. Biden was unbearable to watch in front of a camera, and all we did was watch his blunders over and over, whether he shit his pants or didn't stand up in time, whether he was lost or he was looking back at the camera, the memes that have came out of it, it is all the same. It is no different. I don't want to hear that it is different.
Here's my problem with that is I agree with that 100%, and that kind of proves the point of, like, Trump could sneeze or do something like super random or like non like consequential, and then everyone's like talking about it, but then they don't fucking talk about the shit that they should be talking about, like how he's like best friends with Epstein for 10 years and how he was on Lolita Express, like he was a fucking pedophile. Like, no one talks about that shit.
Lolita
like,
Express, bro? Is that what you just called it?
That's what it's called.
Holy fuck.
And like RFK, same thing. It's like they don't talk about the real things that this motherfucker did. They don't give a shit about his like actual crimes. They don't give a shit about his warmongering. They don't give a shit about his like anti-free speech. They don't give a shit about all this stuff like that he fucking did. And it's like, I could give a shit if he has a Diet Coke button in the Oval Office, or if he calls some woman some like yeah, I do care about those things, but it's like you have to expect him to do that shit. Like, if he's gonna be sexist, if he's gonna be racist, like we have to expect that, and yeah, call him out. But like his actions, like no one calls him out on his actual actions of like, okay, like his like, dude, like
Tesla. I love Tesla.
Funding a fucking genocide, and people are just like, I mean, yeah, people are reacting to that, but it's like, Mez, I don't know if you've seen the show before, but like me and Harris, at least, or someone, like we treat them all the same. Like, we don't, I'm not like a, like, oh, Trump bad, you know,
Trump bad,
guy bad,
Biden bad. I like,
blue,
they're all the same
blue,
to me. All politicians are the same to me.
They're all fucking sickos, dude. Like, but like, yeah, exactly.
Mez, what is normal? Mez, what is normal? As much as like I agree with you, when are we gonna get a normal president? That wasn't that Joe Biden shtick. Like, we're gonna bring back normalcy to the White House. He's like, I'm gonna be a transition president, and it was everything but normal. It was stressful. You're like, man, this is our champion. You know,
yes,
like,
right.
I wish we had gotten Bernie. Okay, I can agree with that.
Yep.
But at the same time, Bernie is a career politician. As much as I agree with him staying in to champion the rights and to meet the needs of the most basic Americans, what I have a problem with is that these term limits have allowed people to retain.
Dude, if JFK didn't lose his head,
Kennedy camps. We would have all been in the Kennedy camps. No,
it was Mossad, bro. It was Mossad.
I'm gonna issue a challenge to my audience. Send me a video of you doing your best RFK impression, and you get to be our next guest.
Dude, I feel like RFK right now with this cold. I'm like, and the seed oils are, vaccines are killing kids.
I'm talking about 2016. Bernie also 87, just slipping. All right. Let's move on. Dude, actually, and I want to thank the chat. You guys are lively tonight. I'm feeling lively. Soren is dying, but he also looks lively. So vibes are high. This next one, I'm sorry to bring it up, but we have to talk about it because it is pressing. I'm sure that you guys are exhausted from hearing about this group chat. I just want to bring up the national security lapse in the Signal group chat. And as much as I feel bad about bringing up this redundant topic, I had talked about it with some of my other friends, and one of my friends who's in the chat right now had no clue what I was talking about. So as much as I think everyone is in the same sheet of music, obviously Calco 98 needs a little bit more explaining about the Trump signal.
Get off the Amrath stream.
Yeah, man. Calvin's too busy watching Morgue Pie, bro. All right. In March, as of, actually, what day was it? Tuesday? Wednesday? Which day was it? Tuesday or Wednesday? Chat, tell me. I'm telling you guys about the Signal group chat. All right.
Tuesday.
National Security Advisor Mike Waltz inadvertently added Jeffrey Goldberg, the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, to a Signal group chat named Houthi PC Small Group. This group included high-ranking officials such as Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The chat was intended to coordinate imminent military operations against Houthi rebels in Yemen. Unaware of Goldberg, the editor's inclusion, officials discussed detailed attack plans including timelines, targets, and weaponry. Goldberg observed these exchanges and later published them, bringing the issue to public attention. What I want to talk about right now is the disposition of the individuals in this group chat trying to say that there was no classified information being spread, that this journalist is a loser. If you have seen any of the individuals in this group chat go on their junkets, whether it's Fox News, whether it's a congressional hearing, all of them said the same thing. They stuck to the script. We've done nothing wrong, and just now they are starting to take accountability. There has been no accountability. So one of the main arguments of these people is that when Pete Hegseth got, because he's doing a defense tour right now to some of these bases, they had asked him, they were asking him, like, what was going on in this group chat? And he goes, there's no classified information being leaked. This journalist peddles misinformation. Anyway, I read through they finally released the full chat today. There is fucking sensitive information in there. There is, I'm not even kidding. There is specific information about timing, sequencing of these planned attacks, launch times of the F-18 aircraft that are carrying out these payloads, the MQ drones, the Tomahawk missiles, expected impact times on the exact targets in Yemen, the informal aid, even derogatory comments about European allies and officials express, like, if that is not sensitive information, what is?
Dude, yeah, what did they say? Like, it was like he claimed it wasn't war
They're saying it
plans.
wasn't. They're like, these aren't war plans. These aren't classified. I'm not even kidding. When the original chat came out, like, I was like, okay, none of this is really sensitive. It was a blunder. As they released the full national security, the National Security Council got their hands on the group chat and they released it all and they confirmed it, and so did the White House. This has like severe, profound implications to it, right? You have an operational security breach. You have legal and ethical concerns, especially regarding the troops that you were sworn to protect. And then there's also international relations, which is probably equally as important, but for some reason we're just not talking about it. The candid and like unfiltered remarks towards like European freeloading, I guess. They're gonna see this shit. Like, if they haven't seen it already, like, this really makes this boys club look like a fucking group of losers, bro. It's emojis they're using,
they denied it all.
They
kept denying it. And it's like, we live in a post-truth world, bro. Like, these fucking idiots, they can just like say whatever they want and do whatever they want, and they're like, well, we're the popular guys in school now, so you can't question me. I'm Mr. fucking Christian nationalist Pete Hegseth, who like, dude, who the fuck? First of all, who the fuck? He's like one of 10 people in the world who's like, yeah, no, the Iraq War was a good idea.
Yeah, like, even Trump doesn't even think the Iraq War is a good idea, bro. Like,
dude, and he still is like, no, yeah, we should still be there. It's like, dog, and you're the one talking about bombing kids in Yemen. Like,
I think at the end of the day, like, regardless of the substance of the material that had been leaked, I think what comes, like, when you make a mistake, there's two ways to go about it. You can either act like it didn't happen, or you can stand tall, face the music, and take accountability. You know what? I know what I said. You can apologize and say I was wrong, and then hopefully there's a resignation or something that proves action to, like, I don't understand. I don't understand how you can willingly, like, Fox News is at the bottom of the steps of Air Force One being like, what happened? And then they're like, Nothing. They say nothing happened. Don't worry about it. Like they act like you can't see shit.
Jesse Waters had he's a Fox News fucking dumbass, but his segment was called "We've all sent the wrong text to the wrong people once in a while" or something like that. I was like, dude, like, what is this? Like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing here now?
What are we like, fellas? Are we like? And you know what? If this is anything, it's just showing how the administration views the American people. If they feel like they can lie to you, imagine what they're not telling you. Imagine how they really view you. If they think that you're going to go along with their lie, with their blunder, they expect you to believe these guys. What do they think of you? They think that you are beneath them. They are elected to serve. They have to represent you. Ryan is very concerned about, Mez redeemed stretch. Soren, let's get a stretch in. We're not even, yeah, let's get a stretch in. All right, everyone stand up with us. I actually got my water with me too. I'm gonna take a sip because I can
stretch in.
I'm gonna limber up. Mez, appreciate it. You saved up for that one, huh?
Yeah, he was waiting to do that one. I do the wall sit.
Oh, Mez, I needed that one. I could feel it in my plums. I could feel it in my plums, Mez. I said, let the boy watch. All right. I think that's enough for us to talk about this. If you want us to continue talking about this, we can, but I guarantee you the minute we get off this, you're going to see it everywhere else. And then we're going to cover it next month as more developments come out.
Yeah.
I think everyone in America is just a dumb fucking Netflix watching, free money, Walmart shopping, iPhone using dumb fuck. Mez? Chef's kiss.
Mez, hey.
That's pretty good.
You know, yeah, you're the one defending the skies, brother.
Oh, great. I got flagged by Automat. Mez, let's slap that on a t-shirt and get you running for office.
Yeah, put that on your resume, dog.
What do we think, Mez? I think that's a platform we can run on. You might win every single southern state. I'm drinking. So are we. What else we got here? We got Trump officially begins the dismantling.
We have a lot to talk about.
Dude, we have so much to talk about.
Hey, Harris said he's going to do a dab on stream.
Cheers. Cheers, everyone.
Hell cookies.
Cheers, everyone. Mez more concerned than you. Mez more censored than U.S. war plans. Drunkle Mez.
He's about 10 vodkas deep right now. Good for you,
My man, bro. Punch in. All right. Trump officially begins the dismantling of the Department of Education. As of yesterday, the U.S. Department of Education is undergoing significant changes following the executive order. I said it. I said the buzzword. The executive order signed by Donald Trump on March 20th, directing the dismantling of the department. This move aims... Actually, where's Calvin? I gotta tell Calvin this. Do you know? So, anyone who knows Calco98 knows that he is the biggest wrestling fan in the world. Calvin, do you know who is the chair or who is the head of the Department of Education? He goes, Linda. It is the the current wife of the ex-commissioner of the WWE, Linda McMahon. Zero educational background. Bama's got 21 threes, 22. Oh, fuck. Wait, we're almost to the sports section. Anyway, this move aims to transfer educational authority back to the states and local communities, a long-standing objective among some policymakers. All right. There's two ways to look at this. There's one saying, hey, the states have, now we're giving power back to the states. The states can determine their own educational outputs. Yes, I think everyone can agree that that's a good idea. And Republicans have been dying on this hill for a long time. What they're not talking about is that not every state has the same amount of GDP. This is what's crazy. California will be fine when the dismantling of the DOE happens. Massachusetts, Minnesota, these states that prioritize education will be fine. Will they hurt because they're not getting federal funding? A little bit. The states that will suffer are the states that are currently suffering under the actual DOE. Let's talk about reallocation of functions. Let's talk about federal workforce reductions. Let's talk about the vulnerable students that require federal funding to attend public schools. There is so much going on with the DOE that is necessary to the actual kids gaining. Dude, the chat is blowing up. I gotta keep up with this. March Madness record, still 7 minutes left. Okay. Nevada, boo-hoo. If you think that this is a good idea, it is a good idea for the blue states, the states that have prioritized high education. There are states that will come out of this unscathed. Your Mississippis, your Alabamas, your South Carolinas will suffer. Vulnerable students living in very rural areas under like the most stricken, who live in the Tennessee mountains, whose parents are still illiterate. That is what I'm talking about. These are the people that will suffer under this dismantling. There's a lot of legal challenges going forward with this, but the full impact of, I'm looking forward on this. The full impact of dismantling the Department of Education will depend on how effectively the functions are reassigned and whether the states can manage the increased responsibility. Again, some states have already allocated for this responsibility. There are some states that have no fucking clue what they're doing. There are stakeholders, including educators, parents, policymakers at the most local level that are closely monitoring these developments that are educational standards that will suffer. I have nothing else to say on this. I don't even know what's going to happen, but if you hear people saying that the DOEs needed to be gone for a long time, they probably don't know exactly how.
Dude, that's like the last thing that should be like even joked about to be cut.
First of all, Mississippi's already fucked. Yeah, that's what we're
Is
saying,
that
bro.
where you from? Is that where you from, Mez?
Mez is not from Mississippi. But what we're saying is that if you think this is a good idea, chances are you don't live in the states that will benefit from states' rights.
Right. Exactly. And like, I mean, you even saw, what was that? He was trying to defund Maine's federal funding.
Oh yeah, at the governor's dinner.
Yeah, and I was like, what? Like, what are you doing?
Maine will be fine.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't know, man. Like, of all things, it's like, what? Like, they're just trying to slash everything they can to basically, like, change is gonna hurt people the first couple years. I don't feel like the DOE was doing much of anything aside from pushing standardized testing. This is true, however, the resources that so many kids rely on just to have like an adult around them during the day.
Vulnerable populations too, like, yeah, like, okay, so what about?
I do agree with.
A good example is like subsidized meals for like poverty populations. Cookies. The only people that will benefit from this at the end of the day that we know right now that will benefit from this is private schools. This is only going to make private school students way more advanced than regular public school students. I don't think anyone in the chat went to a private school. That was, besides college. I know a few people in the chat that went to private colleges. But I'm talking about public education. It is, if you ever wanted to watch like the exact divide in how something happens, it starts usually with something like this. You can say Reaganomics, trickle down, blah, blah, blah. What you're seeing now is an actual divide of people who can afford private school versus public school, and those who are now subjected to a policy they can't afford to change, and those who can afford to attend private school to go around it. It doesn't even affect them. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I've worked with kids that, like, them going to school during the day is like the only time that they have like a structure in their life, even if it's like a shitty public school. And like, you see how substantial that is, because like their home life, like, that's the thing, the whole argument's always like, well, it's the parents' responsibility, blah 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 blah. It's like, sure, okay, there is a lot of responsibility that parents have with their children's lives, of course, no shit. But if they're working 2 or 3 jobs, and or they're young parents, or they're troubled parents, or their parents aren't together, there's so many variables that take into account that the education system is a safety for. And like, literally, it's only 7 or 8 hours a day with like other possible, groups after school or whatever, sports, all this shit, which is can be subsidized. But like, I know this is in a sense anecdotal, but I've worked with so many kids. I used to work with Minneapolis public schools, and there's so many kids. It's ungodly how many kids there are, even in Minneapolis, that like rely on one teacher or one student
Right.
aide or one, like, just seeing other kids around and being able to play and have a lunch, just a one meal that was covered. And obviously now, thanks to walls, like we have like free public meals for all
Minnesota will
public
be
schools,
fine. Yes.
which is dope. But it's like, man, like if I was really roughing it and I didn't have my wife was dead or some shit, and I had a kid and or two kids or three kids, and I had to fucking send them to school, it's like, and I couldn't afford private school. Yeah, you bet your ass I'm relying on that shit, you know.
Yep.
But like, then, but to your point too, though, like the standardized testing, like that's a different issue. I think like that's an issue that should be expanded upon, where it's like, okay, now let's actually talk about the education. But do you think these fucking conservative fucks or even these dumbass do nothing Democrats want to like sit and actually talk about the education? No, because they're not focused on what people actually need.
You know, I will say the crisis that had been averted from what you said, though, like whether it's a do nothing Democrat or it's a Republican who's trying to establish his new world order, at least Trump is not making the fucking mandatory textbook. If that's my only silver lining. And there's a few things I want to address in the chat that I want you to address too. Symmetric says, wish Jenna could weigh on this as the dean of an inner city school. Alex is acting like his girlfriend's going to be able to make it back from a foreign country. She's going to get rolled up at the airport. She's going to get deported. Sorry, buddy. You're single now. And then Mez just said, just coming as a parent for the last 6 years, even shit like providing school supplies, the funding has come from the parents. We pay for the supplies, the lunches. The schools already don't get any funding. They're run like prisons. I see this and think, what the fuck is the DOE doing? Like, maybe we put the responsibility on the states and we can get state funding to see some change. I'm not saying this is the perfect situation, but something seriously needs to change with our education system. Okay, and to that argument, you know, I'm not a parent. I'm not a parent, so obviously you're a stakeholder in this now. You're a parent of a student that is trying to, you know, gain an education. What my concern with you is then is that whatever funding you were losing, federal funding, like even if it was a little bit, it was more than you were getting as we move forward. With none of that, do you think that your state, if it wasn't prepared with federal funding, do you think it's going to be prepared to do it alone? Do you think you're going to be better off? And I think that is my overall concern. I'm not flaming you. I'm not arguing with you. I just want to pick your brain about this. And Symmetric says, nah, I'd move to Morocco in a heartbeat. Get me out of here. Alex would move into was it Gianni Versace lived in Morocco? Or was it? There's a famous designer who lived in Morocco and his house is there. El Cookies or the teachers work below their deserved wage. Okay, yeah, it's buying supplies for their own students. It's like providing scissors, glue. Like a lot of this comes out of the teacher's paycheck. If they took the money they're trying to save and allocate back into the school system, okay. Stu, you're thinking like a fucking Canadian now. I love to hear that. All this money that Doge is saying that they're saving, why don't we take that money and throw it into the education system? Stu, but you're thinking too much sense. That's got to go back to the pockets of our corporations. We got to pay our CEOs to get around the taxes, man. How else will America function if our CEOs are not paying their taxes, Stu? Stop thinking like a Canadian and start thinking like an American.
Because I 100% hear you saying. I think we're all saying the same shit. Where it's like, no, it should just be used better and like actually like listening to the parents, because like, dude, that's like one of the biggest things. I used to run all the Minneapolis public schools meetings, like town hall meetings and all, like literally for years, and like every single time it was like parents expressing all these concerns like you are right now, and it was like just in one ear out the other, and I was like, wait a minute, and I was sitting there, you know, directing this thing, and I'm like, are you guys listening to these people? Like they're like giving us good ideas, or not me, I'm just a fucking contractor, but they're giving good ideas about how to like make their kids' lives better and education better. And like some of them were educators, some of them were whatever, like just random whatever jobs they had. But like the same thing is like if the state was being provided with federal funding and then they did like actually constructively allocate it to what, you know, every single district, every single school, every single type of school, Montessori, like private schools, sometimes some private schools get state funding, you know. Like it's kind of a loophole, but you know, which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing, because I'm like, no, put more money into these kids, like put more money into this education, stop funding a genocide, and I don't know, maybe put more money into the education that's supposed to make America great.
Soren,
you know?
you're thinking too smart here. How are you going to get some poor 18-year-old to serve your country to get free college if he's educated? You got to keep these kids stupid so you can get a really good conscription base for your
also,
subsidized military.
We're missing a huge component here, Harris. We need them to be so stupid that they just continue to buy Dodge Challengers. Like
I need at minimum 30% APR.
Yeah, Mustangs.
The issue we see in Canada that runs on a non-federal system is the tax that goes to the school is directly related to the wealth. Okay, so that's the same thing as America. Public schools, property tax is what pays for a public school area. So if a school is in an area with very low like housing rates, the school doesn't make as much money. That it's the same in America. Mandatory service. Okay, so Derek, this is my nuclear take for the day. This is the only thing I'm gonna say. I believe in mandatory service, but not in the way that we would think. I don't think everyone should join the military. I think that you should minimum, everyone in America should serve in a federal position for 2 years out of high school. I think you should join the Peace Corps, the Post Office, US Aid, or the military. Or, you know, there's a billion things that you could do for and it's not public work, but I think it has to be something that gives to something bigger than yourself. It doesn't have to be war fighting, though. I think everyone should understand that if you're going to be an American, there are things that make us more similar than different. And if we all contribute to this goal together, we'll have a better understanding of what America is. That is my new sweep the floor, the name of the Marine. Yeah. What does Stu say? Stu says redeem hydrate. I'll hydrate to that. I also have my drink.
You're Canadian. This is Canadian liquor, bro.
Yeah, dude. There's no Jack Daniels on Canadian shelves.
You know how much we paid for this? Thanks, Trudeau.
All right, let's keep moving. I'm gonna keep this one real brief because we've had a month to stew on this. Last time we did coffee order, this happened the day after coffee order, so we couldn't fucking talk about it. So on February 28th, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met with Donald Trump at the Oval Office to discuss a mineral deal and seek U.S. security guarantees in Ukraine's ongoing conflict. We've all seen the clips. If you guys are sick of me fucking talking about it, just say we can skip it. I'll do whatever the audience wants. Well, the meeting quickly escalates into a heated exchange. President Trump, alongside little brother Vice President Vance, criticized Zelensky for their perceived lack of gratitude of U.S. support and questioned his commitment to peace. Dun dun. Trump accused Zelensky of gambling with millions of lives and suggested his actions could trigger World War III. This confrontation only escalated when Zelensky presented graphic images of of prisoners of war. I think Zelensky tried to say, no, let's slow it. Well, the meeting concludes abruptly without signing any anticipated minerals deal that was originally on the docket. There's a planned lunch that was canceled, a joint press conference that was canceled. And Zelensky departed the White House and went straight back to Ukraine. He actually, instead of going back to Ukraine, though, he went to Europe to meet with the leaders at the Paris summit that we talked about in the world news. In the aftermath, relations between Kyiv and Washington experienced pretty bad strain in the immediate times. However, Ukrainian officials and Washington officials indicated that the ties with the White House are now back on track as of now. So, all that stress, I mean, the shit was embarrassing as fuck. I'll say it. It was pretty hard to watch. I think we all saw the video at least 3 different ways. So
he just wanted to start his podcast with Trump, and Trump was not having it.
Oof, that was bad, man.
That was bad, and also Trump, the whole 1800 style economic colonialism. He wanted to give us half of everything forever. What, bro? Dude.
And this is the way I looked at it. Trump was saying, I watched the Trump press conference after, and he was basically saying Ukraine's got to give something. And what I'm saying is that if U.S. was in a war with someone that invaded the U.S. first, and let's say they landed in Florida, right? And we needed someone who was more powerful than, this is hypothetical. I'm just gonna toss it out to you. let's say they landed on South Beach in Miami, and we held them off. We still retained Florida, but our bigger brother, who was giving us all these arms, is saying, "You're gonna have to give up Miami. Like, whatever happens, you can keep everything else, but you got to give up Miami." The United States would call it a non-starter. We wouldn't even entertain giving up a single fraction of our land. United States is acting like Ukraine is gonna have to give up part of their land in order for peace. Ukraine is saying, absolutely fucking not. This is our land. And the United States cannot comprehend that. Let's say Russia invaded Alaska, and we said, that's fine, we'll give them Alaska. It's not even that close to us. You guys can have the rest of the continental United States. We would not even entertain it. And that's exactly what Ukraine's doing. And they're being seen as non-participatory in these in these talks. I don't understand where this is coming from.
Yeah, Ukraine shouldn't have started it, bro.
Yeah, I think Steelshamrock's White House feels like a reality show. Well, it is. And like, if you know anything about Donald Trump, he comes from high media. He comes from network television. So a lot of what his peers talk about is how he looks at views. He talks about ratings a lot in the Oval Office. And even if it's a bad thing, he always talks about how good the ratings are. So maybe he really just doesn't give a fuck. And if you look, you can tune into a press conference from his desk every single day. And it's because he cares about these ratings. So, Stu, you're exactly right. White House feels like a reality. Ukraine situation is complicated as fuck. I agree. I mean, it was embarrassing when I get the US coming from, to be honest. Summer house, winter house, White House.
They should do a Love is Blind White House edition.
Dude, Alex just said it. If you guys are familiar with Bravo television, there's a show called Summer House, and the same cast with a few other members go to Winter House. It's all in the Hamptons. Alex just said, let's just call it White House. We'll hold it in Washington.
What street is the White House on?
Pennsylvania Ave, 1600 Pennsylvania Ave.
What's that show? It's Selling Sunsets. They should do Selling Pennsylvania Ave.
Fuck me. Yeah, for real.
It'd be kind of tight. Trump would be like, it's a great property.
It's gonna be huge.
I slept in that room.
All right. Well, that's U.S. politics. We got through that one. Anyone want to say anything before we move? 100 bitches. And the level of superiority was disgusting. Where's your suit? Really? 100% agree. We've talked about it 100 times. The guy's in an active conflict, and they're like, buddy. And my favorite thing Zelensky's ever said, he goes, maybe when the war is done, I'll wear a costume like you. Bro. Dagger. He said a costume. Buddy acted like he was gonna go pick one up from Spirit Halloween.
Bro, you don't think that when you're in the presence of JD Vance, you should be wearing a suit, bro? Wear a suit, you fucking idiot, dude.
JD Vance, bro. All right, are we ready for a little marg? A little after work marg with some business and finance. I'm trying to talk about all the drinks we put on all these slides.
I'm starting to feel better, you know?
All right.
This stream is bringing me back to life, brother.
Business and finance. Let's talk about the money. We always talk about the money, but let's talk about the money.
Harris.
What up?
What do we always say?
The money is there. Follow the money.
Follow the money.
Follow the money. All right. Well, we're following the money now more than ever. You want to talk investments? The recent $5 trillion decline in the U.S. stock market stems from a confluence of factors that have unsettled overall investors and heightened market volatility. Let's start with the basics. What do we know? There's a lot of volatility in our trade policy right now. The implementation of new tariffs, and notably a 25% tariff on automobile parts, has intensified the fears of a trade war. What you guys should understand is that this has impacted a whole market, a diverse market of the economy, as right when the automobile sector of the world was starting to get into electric vehicles, trying to diversify ways to make renewable energy, lithium batteries. We're slapping tariffs on all these things. This is a massive part of the stock market. Also, there's just general indicators for economic slowdown. There's been signs of a weaker labor market, such as rising unemployment rates. There's been a steeping yield curve from overall corporation gains. And there's been suggesting a potential downturn, I guess, in market recession. It's a pretty nervous time to be an investor. I don't know if you guys have looked at your Robinhood, like Soren was saying earlier.
Oh, dude, I've been losing money
But it's bad. And then we talk about we've talked about the automobile and industry and different sectors and what sectors have growth, what sectors don't have, don't have growth. High yielding sectors or sector specific challenges are even affecting the high growth sectors, especially technology. We have sharp sell-offs when it comes to sectors that, are focused around microchips. We look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA stock, once the most lucrative stock and the highest grossing stock with change, has now contributed significantly to market losses, over 17%. Investor sentiment, what we're talking about right now, with volatility in the market, no one's really sure enough to invest their money. No one really wants to make a bad investment. So no one's even putting money in the stock market. You just don't have good retirement portfolios then. You have decreased retirement savings. People are dipping into their 401ks. Even the economic outlook, no one can really predict what's going on. All of this comes together to, at the same time. I feel like when Soren brings up there's 100 things they're doing every day, this $5 trillion loss in the stock market is attributed to trade policy uncertainties. It's economic slowdown indicators. It's sector-specific challenges. Everything that we're talking about that we cannot keep up with. These challenges decrease investor confidence and raise concern about public trade. We live in a globalized world, right? How are we going to live in the most globalized world the Earth has ever seen when we can't even effectively contribute to each other's growth? The economy is a roller coaster. It fluctuates up and down. Yes, 100% agree. But now, especially after it was on a tear, it almost seems like these things, these tariffs, had been implemented for no good reason.
Especially when you look at something like Social Security, which is like the biggest third rail of our society, of like, that's like something you just don't fucking touch. And like they've been joking about it for 30 years about ripping Social Security up. It's like, do you not understand that, like, that's built because Americans work their ass off, like, their entire lives, and like they're deserving of that because we built. That's the part about being in a society of like dependent on each other, and it's like, oh, it does affect the job market. It's insane. It's like, I know so many people trying to get a fucking job right now, and like they can't. It's like everything's stagnant right now.
Okay, so like, that's a really good point. I know that you're referring to L Cookie's comment. Let's just go into the next article because it has the same thing and we can talk about both. So in recent months, numerous U.S. companies, including federal agencies, have announced significant job cuts. This reflects a trend of workforce reductions influenced by economic uncertainties, technological advancements, and strategic realignments in the name of capital gains, right? So in the technology sector, you have 12,000 employees at these massive companies, whether it's Dell, Hewlett-Packard, Block Inc., Apple, Google, all of these places. You have about 10% of their staff on edge at all times, ready to get laid off. You have the financial sector, the banks, right? Morgan Stanley, Wall Street, portfolio advisors. They're contemplating over 2,000 job cuts per firm. These are, that's 2.5% of the overall, of each individual company. There's consumer goods and retail that are still doing it. I'm trying to look at some of these. About 11% of the global workforce is in, some sort of retail job, right? That's a lot. Yeah. How if no one's spending money, especially with all this economic uncertainty, no one's going to be buying trivial goods such as clothing or like new things that are maybe they're not necessities, but they could be more wants than needs. That stuff will suffer. Employees will get laid off, and it can it contributes to the overall. Also, media and communications, people, journalists. It's a tough time to be a journalist right now. I don't think a lot of places are hiring. And then with Doge being in the government sector, the public sector, layoffs are in every corner of the globe right now, in every market, in every sector. Overall, workforce reductions are happening at an unprecedented rate that we haven't seen since 2009. Since 2009. These are responses to economic challenges, these technological challenges, and it's just sad.
And the really like the quiet part that is said out loud, but people don't pay attention for some reason is, I read this as a Sam Pizzigatti, he's an economist. He wrote this really insane article. He was talking about how like the top, like, I don't know, I think it was like 122 CEOs, like it was like an average of like a 52% increase in their personal take-home pay in the past 3 years, and it was like,
well, so under the pandemic, right, you had a mass unemployment, but you were seeing record gains in corporate profits. And that's also due, you know, we were getting stimulus checks, things that were made to naturally boost the economy. But what we weren't seeing, the only thing we weren't seeing is individual take-home pay. Anyone who's not at the executive level of their firm. Well, executives and corporations were making massive amounts of gains in their profit. The only thing staying the same or less than was the individual employee or the individual citizen. Nothing was changing. And now we're at this critical threshold where it's very expensive to buy. I don't know. I went grocery shopping today and I was looking at, I fucking love Swedish fish. My Swedish fish, one's $2 for a regular pack. Guess how much a pack of Swedish fish is now?
$4.65.
Dude, it's like $4.50.
Yeah.
$5 for candy. Bye. I'm not buying $5. Dude, man, I don't.
Yeah,
I'm not getting paid more.
Bro, just buy some maple syrup and fucking just sip on that, bro.
Ugh, mother. Well, it's probably because I'm buying a Swedish good, huh? You know what they call Swedish fish in Sweden? They call them fish, you know? Everything is overpriced. It sucks. Yeah. So this is the business and finance that I was so eager to tell you guys about. We can go into other...
Keep RFK out your mouth. No, I'm just kidding.
This is RFK plans to make it healthier. Okay, oh my god. The red dye 40. Easy. Stop eating candy. US strawberries are like half the price here and people aren't even buying them. Bag of Hershey Kisses is $9 at Cub. Dude. Man, this candy talk got people bent out of shape. I'm sorry, you guys.
Why are you guys eating so much candy?
Yeah, man. Look at those pearly white. Your dentist is gonna. Your dentist is my next guest. That's what you guys need to know.
RFK? Dude.
So let's go into the Federal Reserve rates. They maintain the rates in March every month. They announce what they're gonna do with the rate. It's gonna go up and it's gonna go down. Does anyone in the chat know how the Fed works? If not, I'm not going to insult your intelligence. I'm just going to give you a quick insight. I know we got a few homeowners in the chat, so if you don't, I'll keep it brief. I know how the Fed. Yeah, I figured that almost everyone does, and I don't want to insult my viewers
or assume your intelligence.
Or yeah.
That you know.
Okay, Derek says teach us. I'm just going to give you the spark notes. And if I say anything that's wrong, feel free to correct me. How about this? I took 3 fucking economy classes. Dude, you're our next guest, man. All right. So, the Federal Reserve is essentially the referee for the U.S. economy. One of its biggest jobs is controlling the interest rates. We hear about it all the time, whether you're buying a house, whether you're selling a house, whether you're got credit card debt, blah, blah, blah. You're always hearing about Fed rates fluctuating. It went up. It went down. This month, it stayed the same. Colin Powell out here trying to teach us to say the tariffs are not. Okay. Anyway, well, when the Fed raises rates, it borrows money. It has, loans, mortgages, credit cards, all that stuff becomes more expensive. People and businesses borrow and actually end up spending less. This helps slow down inflation, especially as prices go up too fast. We're not seeing that. Prices are going up and they are not increasing the rate. When the Fed lowers the rates, borrowing money becomes cheaper. Businesses and people borrow and spend more. This boosts the economy and it can increase inflation if too much money is flowing, right? So it gets people to spend, but you don't want them to spend too much. So you want to find that happy medium, that strike percentage that allows the individual consumer to align themselves with the overall U.S. economy. For everyday citizens, the Fed looks at mortgage rates, credit cards and loan, interest rates on all that stuff, and savings accounts. Interest that you can earn on your savings account probably won't change too much, but you won't see, more or less money coming out of your account. They try and make things as regular as possible for the average consumer. Why the Fed is currently holding its rates is because they feel as if the inflation was cooling off, but it's still a little bit higher than their target. I don't feel like that's true. I feel like they missed their window, but what the fuck do I know? My high yield percentage went down. There's no sudden increase in loan payments or credit card rates, which is good because the Fed obviously is not increasing these rates. But the bad news is that you're not going to be seeing these higher returns or these savings yet. You need eventually the rate to come down so you can hold on to more capital gains. If that makes sense, I think we can all agree that the Fed currently is trying to play it safe and is trying to watch how the market reacts to this increased volatility before making the next move. I will say, with the Fed monitoring this current as of March 2025, I will be curious to see how it works next month. To be honest, I trust the Federal Reserve blindly, as you should. I think we all should, because it is a private entity on behalf of a public source. It operates independently. What I am concerned about is if the executive branch continues to overstep their obligations. I think the Fed has done a good job at maintaining the best possible. It's not their fault. It's a lot of policy that they have to keep up with. The Fed does not mandate policy, they mandate rates. Does everyone understand?
Mm-hmm.
Any questions? Comments? Concerns?
Did you learn?
Has learning occurred?
Hydrate.
I gotta hit some water. All right. These next two articles are the fun ones. I feel like we've just literally had fucking anchor articles this entire time, and we're no longer dragging. We're getting into the fun stuff.
We're getting into the shit right now.
Tesla is currently facing a multifaceted crisis, including an increased criminal activities, declining consumer confidence, and controversy surrounding its beloved CEO, Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. Who doesn't love a good old Elon Musk?
If you guys have a phone that has access to the internet, chances are you have seen criminal activities targeting Tesla. There's been a notable surge in vandalism and attacks against Tesla properties and vehicles. Whether it's Austin, Texas, their headquarters, or Los Angeles, incendiary devices were discovered at Tesla dealerships, prompting FBI investigations into these incidents as potential acts of domestic terrorism. There's been declining consumer confidence. At one time, Tesla was the most coveted stock in the world. Now, consumer sentiment towards Tesla has deteriorated, influenced by various factors, including Elon Musk's political associations, there's been a massive government surveys that indicate Americans' impression of Tesla has dropped to its lowest point since 2016. Additionally, data from Edmunds shows that a record number of Tesla vehicles were being traded in as owners expressed discomfort with Musk's political involvement. This shift is affecting Tesla sales and brand perception, with some consumers opting for alternative electric vehicle brands, Rivian, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, what I want to talk about as Tesla's consumer trust is in this massive shift right now is Elon Musk. I want to talk about him. We've talked about him every other coffee order. What I want to talk about him right now is his controversy. His active participation in political matters, particularly his unvetted part in the Trump administration. He was never confirmed. He basically has, unauthorized access to rein in anything. Doge. This backlash, I think, is extremely warranted. He doesn't answer to anyone but the president. No one can check on him. He's really not even American, but he is, I guess. His recent criticism of Social Security, he labeled it the biggest Ponzi scheme in the history of all time. That's a direct quote. This has led from calls from Trump's allies to limit his media appearances. If there's one thing that Republicans do not want to fucking touch, it's veterans benefits and Social Security. And he's gone after the VA and he's gone after Social Security. Musk's involvement in government cost-cutting initiatives has resulted in legal challenges, whether it's court issues, district orders, federal appeals, temporary halting, Doge to provide records and testimony. All of these issues are interconnected, right? And this underscores this complex challenge to get Musk to rein him in. What authority does he really have? Tesla is just another facet in the Elon Musk trial. Sword and I, before we held the stream, we were laughing about if you guys haven't seen it, the other day, Tesla held its, shareholder meeting. And Elon Musk is the keynote speaker, and he's going up in front of the audience, and he's basically begging the audience to hold. He's like, please don't sell your shares. He was like, I don't understand. You're just trying to make the government more efficient. Like, please. And he's begging the audience not to sell their shares.
It will go back to normal.
He's like, it will, yeah. I don't know about this.
Dude, the outcry of like conservatives or people that are like, oh, we gotta protect Elon Musk and Tesla. It's like, dude, 5 years ago you were like saying Teslas are for sissies,
Dude, for real.
It's
Now
funny how people flip.
Democrats were saying, oh, I'll get a Tesla, I'll get an electric vehicle. We were getting subsidized to get electric vehicles, and now it's the swastika. You also have a ton of people like, what does Silver say? I'm tired of Tesla got kicked off our green vehicle. Yeah, I saw Canada cut all rebates for green vehicles. Or not all green vehicles, but all Teslas will no longer be part of the electrical.
Good. He said, don't even get me started.
I'm looking at all these.
I saw someone put Ford in black tape on the back of their Tesla, and someone was like, look, it transitioned.
Oh, that's funny.
It's like keep us safe.
That's all I got to say about this. I don't want to give Elon Musk any more screen time than we are already forced down our throats. But what I want to talk about is that Pepsi bought Poppy. If you guys know what Poppy is a probiotic seltzer, functional, healthy soda alternative. The only reason I know what it is because it's a staple in our house. It has a deal at Costco. Lexa loves to drink them. Pepsi doesn't really have a functional, health-based soda in their lineup, and this is a major acquisition. Thought it was a fun thing to talk about. Do I give a shit?
Yep.
No, I'm a Coke man at heart.
They're gonna put Red 40 in there now.
Yeah, Red Dye 40. All right, we're getting into the fun stuff, the even more fun stuff. We've talked about business and finance. Let's talk about technology and science. Both those beers, one is a technology lager, one is a science IPA.
Let's go.
All right, we ready for it?
Private lunar launch, dude. What are you talking about?
Has anyone heard about this?
No.
All right.
I did not hear it.
So, in March, I guess I gotta stop saying in March. Firefly Aerospace, which is a Texas-based private space company, achieved a significant milestone by successfully landing its Blue Ghost lunar lander on the moon. A private company. This is not NASA. This is not a public government. This is a private company. And that's a picture. That's an actual picture from their lander on there. The mission has been championed by NASA, its Commercial Lunar Payload Services, CLPS initiative. It marked the first fully successful commercial moon landing. This is a commercial moon landing. There has been plenty before, but a lot of them have tipped and never been successful the entire way. This is the first one to go off without a hiccup. It launched back in January from a SpaceX rocket, and it landed on March 2nd. The lander carried 10 scientific instruments, and it's designed to study the lunar environment, and it's operated for at least 2 weeks, 14 Earth days, continuing to function over 5 hours into the lunar night. And now, as of yesterday, it has ceased communication due to its depleted batteries. During its mission, Blue Ghost captured high-def photos and images of the lunar sunset, a total lunar eclipse that happened at the beginning of this month. And it provided valuable data on lunar phenomena such as the horizon glow, which may be caused by levitating dust particles.
Damn.
What do we think, you guys?
Is it real?
Is it real? Did we land on the moon?
Real?
Is this good enough for you guys? We were playing too much Kerbal, and now Jeb is too busy talking about that lunar dust.
I did. I sent you the photo that I took of the moon for when you do get to the lunar eclipse, if you want to show that.
Sweet. All right, we'll look at it.
But that's pretty sick, though.
That's
I mean,
pretty
we
cool.
landed on the moon again.
Like, Artemis. Is going
Also,
back.
like space shit.
We
I'm all
landed
for
on the
space
moon. That's what Maz just said.
as long as it's like not Elon wasting all of our fucking resources to go to Mars for no reason, then I'm all for it.
So let's talk about those transgender mice.
Dude,
Have you
those
guys heard about
transgender
this?
mice, bro.
It's transgenic. If you guys didn't know, there was a political aspect to it. I'll explain at the very end of it. But there's been scientists at Colossal Bioscientists, that's the name of the company, Biosciences, that have made significant strides in genetic research creating woolly mice. These mice are genetically modified rodents, exhibiting traits reminiscent of the extinct woolly mammoth. This development is part of broader efforts to explore de-extinction and understanding the genetic underpinnings of cold adaptation in mammals. That's the actual transgenic mice. Has science gone too far?
Has science gone too far?
Yeah. All right. I mean, we can already clone shit. Like, you can clone your dog for a sweet 50K, but it's not your dog then. That's what I'm saying.
It's dog 2.0.
Or it could be, I mean, like, there's been a lot of issues with cloning. Dolly the Lamb. All right. Fun fact about Dolly the Lamb. For those who don't know, I'm a massive Dolly Parton fan. And they called the lamb Dolly because its massive mammary glands that were duplicated during the cloning process. And after it was done with its science testing, Dolly Parton actually bought the lamb itself and let it live out the rest of its days on her land. So I almost worked for Dolly Parton once. How the fuck did I not know that? Dolly Parton's like a saint. Anyway, so what Sword and I were talking about is that after the transgenic, as in it's not the same genes native to a rodent. It's taking genes from a different species, and it's they're transitioning those genes for a rodent. It's transgenic, not it's transgender. It's not okay. I'm just making sure we're clearing.
Sure?
Anyway, the Trump administration had read this as transgender, and Trump at one of his press briefings at the Oval Office was like, they got transgender mice now, and he was like, we gotta get rid of all the funding for it. They went to the press secretary, I'm sure you guys all know who she is, and they said, what about Trump's erroneous statement of transgender mice? And she doubled down. She's like, they are transgender mice. And she basically made a statement saying, even though Trump said it wrong, he was correct, and these are transgender mice. They're not. This is whatever the fuck they thought it was, they were wrong, and they still refuse to say that they were wrong. We've seen it at the national security level. Now we're seeing it at the scientific level. I don't know what else to say about that. That's all I gotta say. I will say the exciting part of transgenic mice is the de-extinction effort. This research, I guess, represents some sort of step in the potential revival of extinct species. What I will say with the concern, as cool as that is, everyone has seen Jurassic Park. Everyone has pulled the DNA from a mosquito and amber. Probably not the best idea. If there's anything we can learn.
Telomeres, bro. It's all about telomeres.
I've never seen... Alex, you've never seen Jurassic Park 1.
He's never seen it.
I get all the other Jurassic Parks, but the very first Jurassic Park, dude, how about this? You can read the book. The very first Jurassic Park is just that. It's like Gone with the Wind level of cinema. It's like fucking Jaws. Yeah, it's so.
The rest of them suck. You don't have to watch them, but
they do run in herds, bro. Wow, that's a lot of shit, bro.
Deep
Jeff
cut.
Goldblum in that movie.
Bro.
Fuck.
Come on. We should have
It's
a
a cl-
stream. Jurassic Park.
You know what? We're not doing cocktail. We're doing movie night next month, and we're watching fucking Jurassic
so Alex
Park.
can watch it, get cultured.
Second best Spielberg movie of '93. First best.
He's watching with the Subway Surfer
Just read
video
my-
clip. Bro.
Dude, you've never seen Jurassic Park? Fun fact about Jurassic Park. So for those who don't know, dinosaurs were actually feathered. They're not like scaly like reptilian. They're actually more avian than we thought.
You know.
It's like learned man have told me. So Steven Spielberg found this out after he made the movie, and he was like, the audience doesn't care about it. And velociraptors are actually the size of turkeys, not the size of fucking horses. And he still kept them in the entire time. He was like, the audience won't know. And if you look at Steven Spielberg talk about the scientific accuracy of Jurassic Park, it is essentially him just saying, I don't give a fuck. It makes for good cinema. So
Good movie. Yeah.
And if you can see, Alex, I want to watch Jurassic Park with you. I want to watch Jurassic Park because there's a scene in this movie where the velociraptor is in the laboratory and the kids are getting like snuffed out by it. And as a kid, it's practical effects, so it looks real, right? I remember as a kid, I was like, holy fuck. Dinosaur, like, that's
yeah,
what,
is that a
that
like,
shit is crazy, yeah.
Dude, when they're in that
Practical
room and
effects
the
are
fucking
great,
the little raptors are coming after him. Dude, you just watched The Matrix for the first time too? What the fuck is wrong with you, bro?
Let's do a watch party. I would watch fucking Jurassic Park any day of the week. I think that movie was like my original fear. I remember really getting scared of Jurassic Park as a kid.
Bro, what's next? He's never seen Lilo and Stitch? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, don't even get me started on Kelly. All right, well, those transgender mice are coming for our jobs.
Alex, you should watch it like tonight. I know you're home alone.
Let's talk about that total lunar eclipse, Soren. I'm gonna put the it's a beautiful photo, Soren. I gotta transfer these to my computer.
You want me to just put it on the PowerPoint?
I have a Windows computer. I can't airdrop things.
What if I just add a page and then just
send it to me over Discord or what could I do here? Yeah,
what if I just add
it at the very end, and then we'll
Okay.
go over these images because I want to go over the Pokemon one too.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go over the NASA astronauts returning after their 9-month delay. NASA astronauts Suni Williams and Butch Whitmore, those are their nicknames. It's Sunita and Barry. So Suni and Butch were stranded aboard the ISS for over 9 months. Now, I think this last week or the week before, I don't have a date on my notes. Their extended stay, or they have safely returned to Earth. Their extended stay resulted from technical issues from Boeing's Starliner spacecraft, which is the return craft from the ISS. It experienced propulsion malfunctions and helium leaks, rendering it too unsafe for the journey back home from the ISS. They were originally scheduled for a 2-week mission and ended up staying for over 9 months. It is the longest by percentage extension mishap in NASA history, but it is not the longest overall extended mission. If you're comparing it to the original mission, though, the actual time they were in space is the longest.
dude.
During their extended missions, they continued to work without overtime. They conducted scientific research, maintained station operations, and the return was actually facilitated by a SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule, which successfully transported them back to Earth last week on March 18th. I guess some people tried to make it political with former Donald Trump and all that stuff. By saying Donald Trump formerly, didn't care. I will say, this is the thing Donald Trump did really right. Almost everyone at NASA, even the astronauts, had said basically the only reason they got home is because Donald Trump focused so much of his effort on there. If I can admit that I don't like him, I can admit that he did something good. He got these astronauts home. Don't care. Congratulations. I think it's good. I will give him credit for that.
They look like they aged like 10 years.
I know. They look like shit getting out of the capsule.
Bro, they're like that dude. That woman's chin was like fucking protruding.
She didn't hit. Yeah. Have you ever
I'm not even trying to hate.
No,
I'm not even
have you
hating,
ever
it's
seen
like,
what happens
that's
like
alarming.
if you're in space for too long, like
Yeah,
without
it's
actual,
fucked up.
yeah, like if you don't work out in space every day, since there's no
Spineless.
gravity, your blood may reverse its like actual like you need to basically run strapped to a treadmill every single day.
Yeah, your body's like fucked. Like it's like because we're not supposed to be in space.
Occupy Mars, though, am I right?
No,
Just full exposed, to radiation, all that stuff.
we're gonna get to Mickey 17, but there's another example.
Right. Oh, and I wanted to talk about AI and quantum computing. There's no developments in this, but there has been I'm in a lot of technology, like newsletters, and the one thing I got over the last 2 weeks was like quantum computing. Like all of a sudden out of nowhere, as if it hadn't been a focus for a long time. It's the only thing I was seeing for like every single site. Everyone was saying quantum computing this, quantum computing that. There's a new quantum chip. I wanted to talk with the audience about quantum computing and what it means and what the current outlook is. If it's too boring or if you don't fucking care about it, I will move on. I just wanted to have this conversation with you guys. AI has obviously evolved rapidly in the last 2 years or the 4 years since the pandemic, but now it's been integrated into numerous industries, enhancing capabilities in not only automation, but data analysis and decision-making processes. Concurrently, quantum computing is making notable strides, promising to revolutionize the fields such as cryptography, material science, and complex system modeling. The synergy between AI and quantum computing is particularly promising, with quantum algorithms anticipated to accelerate all the AI computations to enable these sophisticated models that we can't even project with a regular computer. I want to understand quantum computing more than I ever can right now, and what quantum so in a regular computer that we are probably all on right now, unless someone has a quantum computer, I'm probably thinking it's DRAM, is that it's either a 1 or a 0. All functions are either 1 or a 0. That's how they talk to each other. Quantum computing can be both. And it's not 1s or 0s, it's everything at the same time, which means, I don't know. I'm not smart enough to break this down for the layman. But qubits, unlike classical bits, which are in binary, 0s or 1s, qubits can exist in a state of 0, 1, or both simultaneously. This is thanks to a property called superpositioning, which is what we're referring to it, which is quantum, right? Everywhere. This allows quantum computers to process a vast number of possibilities all at once. It's not just doing one function by one function. Qubits can be entangled, which means one state of the qubit, which 1, 0, or both, can directly be related to the state of another, which is 1, 0, or both. Regardless of the distance between them, they can be in both places at one time. This enables instant coordination between qubits, facilitating these extremely complex computations. These are okay. So as we move forward from the qubits and superpositioning, these operations take place in a quantum computer, which perform quantum gates, which manipulate qubits through quantum mechanics and principles, enabling the execution for these algorithms. Despite its promise, these qubits, all this stuff that I don't understand, are like highly susceptible to environmental disturbances. Even so, the one thing I was watching a lot of video essays on how this stuff works. Sorry, my notes are dying. But the one thing I understood is that Schrodinger's cat is probably the best analogy for how qubits work. I'm gonna try and break it down with you guys, and if I'm saying something that doesn't make any sense, just tell me I'm a fucking idiot, because obviously I'm not the person to be telling you guys how this works. But in Schrodinger's cat, there is a cat in a locked box that you cannot see. The cat is either alive or it's dead. But the very process of measuring the box changes its output. If you open the box, you see it. It's either dead or alive. But until you open it, it is everything. It is dead, alive, or both. You don't know, right? And that's exactly what a quantum computer does, right? It does both things all at once until you measure the output. And the very sorry, the very what am I trying to say? But yeah, the very measurement of looking at it. Actually, DRAM, I've been looking at all this stuff for like the last 3 weeks. It's not measuring, but the actual interaction with it does change how it outputs. It is either you actually influence the actual product. That's why all these things take place in these extremely controlled scientific experiments. Look up the split experiment and the light paradox. Yeah, so if you shoot these photons through basically a blade, they can hit both at the same time. I've been looking at all this stuff though. It is the most fascinating thing that I've ever seen, and I still don't understand it, and I try so hard. I want to learn more about quantum computing, but I feel like the more and more I know, the less and less I understand. Does that make sense?
You're more like, what the fuck? Like, because it's so complex.
I was reading because I was trying to understand that, like, why can we not tell what the outputs are of these experiments? Yeah. And it's the fact that if you even interact with the experiment or the process of a quantum function, you'll never know that. You directly influence the output. They're so sensitive to everything at the very smallest level. Like, that's why in the Schrodinger's cat thought experiment, the minute you open that box, you have influenced the quantum mechanic of it. You find out it's dead or alive, or it's both. Like, you will never you lose all quantum aspects. Anyway, I thought it was interesting. Please tell me your guys' thought. Calco, thanks for telling me this stuff. I'm sorry that I butchered my explanations. I'm a fucking moron. So I'm not the guy to be telling you about quantum computing.
The potential's insane because it's like
it can do everything.
And then when you like it like, this is probably so stupid of me to say too because I just don't understand it at all. But like the whole AI like involvement with quantum computing, is that already just AI? Is it already working off of itself, or is it just? Or then are you already adding an intelligence into the quantum computing that's just going to dictate whatever and then figure it itself out?
Would we even make the advancement, or would the AI do the advancement that we would have to learn? Yeah. Right.
Would we even know when that happened? You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of spooky, bro.
Yeah, we're leaving the processes up to something.
It's gonna be some fucking
not.
What is it? Skynet? Some Skynet shit, bro.
Yeah, DRAM, you're the guy who I need to come on and have the breakdown.
Yeah, he's the physicist.
He's the doctor.
The doctor engineer, right? In.
Are we ready for some?
We're gonna talk about our base level humanity here of sports.
It's so complicated. I'm sure you're probably the only person that could explain it for a layman like myself. What do we got here? What's this drink, Soren?
Is that an espresso martini?
That is an espresso martini. That's coffee order getting injected into my veins.
I think next coffee order, that's a requirement. We have to both have an espresso martini. I think that's next cocktail.
Well, I'm
not doing martini in the morning, that's for sure.
Well, we had Green. We had Green from college telling us some March Madness spoilers, but this is the fun stuff that we can talk about. As of today, we are resuming the Sweet 16 bracket, or the Sweet 16 advancements from the men's basketball tournament. The matchups for today were Alabama versus BYU, Florida and Maryland, Duke and Arizona, Texas Tech and Arkansas, and tomorrow we have Michigan State versus Ole Miss, Tennessee versus Kentucky, Auburn versus Michigan, and Houston versus Purdue. Every winner of these games advances to the Elite Eight, which are scheduled for Saturday and Sunday. The Final Four is set for next weekend, and the national championship will be April 7th at the same venue, which is my notes. The Alamo Dome in San Antonio, Texas.
Yes, sir.
How's your bracket?
Mine's fucked, dude. I literally did it the morning of, like an hour before the game started, because you and Alex both texted me like, hey, you didn't do your bracket, and I was like, oh, I just didn't add it to the group. But I'm at like 30%. First of all, hang on a second.
Oh, your bracket busted, bro?
My bracket busted.
Your bracket busted?
Fast. Too fast. but Alex's partner in crime, Jenna, has like a 95%.
I also want to
That's
bring
like-
awareness to that too, because
Like, what the
Silver
fuck is
Shamrocks got 2 picks wrong in the entire first round.
Yeah, and then he got dog shitted.
That
on.
bracket was wearing a chastity belt. No one was busting.
Yep.
That's a.
I know. I don't understand it. Like,
I don't think there's
fuck,
any perfect brackets left either in the world.
This wasn't like, there wasn't any like really surprising. There's like, you know, like Liberty isn't in the Sweet 16. You know, it's like.
I know. I
that
feel like
seems kinda-
this. I know it took for one of the very last games to be the first buzzer beater of the tournament. Like,
Yeah.
it was more. It was like really not March Madness. You know what I'm saying?
I still have the Gophers winning it, so. What was your bracket?
Jenna
Busted?
and Sophie are the queens of March Madness. No perfect brackets left. Duke, Arizona tied 5-5 right now. We need Duke to dig down.
Dude, I know Duke better. I know.
Anyway.
Seriously.
Also, I want to throw a shout out to Ben Teskey for choosing Wisconsin as winning. You're a fucking loser. I hope you see this. Let's talk about Rory McIlroy. Let's talk about Rory, the Northern Irishman, winning the Players' Championship. What do you think about golf, Soren?
Not a big golf guy. I don't know. I think of it more of as a game, not a sport.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm not hating. You know, people are good at it. You know, I think the culture is really obnoxious, but you know, hey, I'm not gonna yuck on somebody's yum. You go hit the ball, baby.
All right, here you on that.
You know, I wish
I golfed.
everybody
so I
would.
can't say shit.
I mean, I would golf, but you know, finally didn't miss a putt.
Reed from college says Houston going to win. D-Ram says finally doesn't miss. Mini golf is more my speed. All right, well, let's talk about it. Rory McIlroy secured his second Players' Championship title last week on March 17th at TPC Sawgrass in Florida. He entered the final round 4 strokes behind the leader, and he came back with a remarkable performance, including an eagle on a par 5. If anyone doesn't know what golf is, par 5s are usually long-ass holes, and he eagled it. That man, the effort brought him to a total of 12 under par, tying Span, who's the guy in the lead. They basically had to go into a playoff, which is like 4 extra holes because they kept tying each other. And the victory marked McIlroy's 28th PGA Tour win and a second Players' Championship title, making him one of only 8 golfers in history to win the event multiple times. He's previously won the tournament in 2019. This win also secured him $4.5 million of the $25 million purse, bringing his career PGA Tour earnings to just over $99.7 million. Wow. A lot of money in golf, man.
Follow the money, dude.
Follow the money.
Hey, good for Rory. You know.
That's what I'm saying.
I just want Tiger to win a couple more times and call it a day.
Psych, bro. You know he's married to
Trump.
He's married to a Trump. As of last week.
He's getting in on the you know, everyone's bending the knee. Ben, you just tune in just now? What's up, bro?
Keep my name out of your mouth. You don't know ball, bro. Dude, hey, everyone, chat flame this man. This guy chose Wisconsin. I literally named my bracket better than Ben because I want him to know, not only am I better at basketball than him, I'm a better human being.
Yeah. And you have a soul. But yes, Kai should go golf with his clubs that he never uses. As L Cookie says. Ben, what's up, bro?
I'm going to, dude, it's been a lively chat today. Okay, in sad news, George Foreman, the legendary American boxer and entrepreneur, passed away this last week on March 21st at the age of 76. His family announced he had a peaceful death at in his home, highlighting his life as a beloved preacher, devoted husband, loving father, and proud grandfather. If you guys don't know anything about George Foreman, he was a very successful boxer. I think he took place in the Thriller in Manila versus Muhammad Ali. He's most notably known for the George Foreman grill. Actually, I saw, dude, I saw the funniest post about that. I'm not making fun of this death in any way, shape, or form. I saw someone text just like, George Foreman died, and the other person says, reset the breaker. Like, as if the grill died.
Dude, I hate if I Google George Foreman, the grill page pops up first, not his fucking like boxing record.
Dude, so this is the crazy thing about the grill, though.
3 or 4 or some shit.
Yes, he was a successful boxer, right? But he's most notably known for the grill, which sold over 100 million units worldwide. What? He sold over 100 million. Of course.
76-5, dude.
That's
68.
Yeah, he's got a pretty good record. He also defeated Joe Frazier to claim his first heavyweight, and he's a 2-time heavyweight boxing champion. So he's a legend. Legend stuff right there. His
first loss was against Muhammad Ali, bro.
Yeah, man.
I mean, that was the Thriller in Manila. No, it wasn't. No, that was
George Foreman is undefeated against Stakes, bro. That's what I'm saying. But Bentley said elbows up. We have one. Thriller in Manila was Frazier, not Foreman. Damn.
Dude, this dude
what was Rumble in the Jungle then?
30 years, bro. Yeah, Rumble in the Jungle. That was his first loss.
Yeah, so Foreman was Rumble in the Jungle. Thriller in Manila was Forgive Me.
Was Frazier. Correct.
But when is the Logan Paul going to boxing, bro? Ben sucks. All right. In other news,
hey, Ben, I love you,
in
bro.
more, okay, we've covered some, some sporting events and those topics. This is more of a news article. The World Athletics, which is the international governing body for track and field, announced that the implementation of mandatory genetic testing for female athletes to ensure fair competition in women's events. This is what the world's coming to now. The decision, as revealed by the World Athletics president, Sebastian Coe, it aims to maintain the integrity of female categories by verifying athletes' biological sex. This test involves a one-time, non-invasive cheek swab or a dry blood spot to detect the presence of the SRY gene, which is typically found on the Y chromosome. Athletes with Y chromosomes, anyone who has a brain knows female sex is XY, and the XX, or it's XX, right?
Yeah.
So the XY chromosome, they're looking for the Y chromosome if it's even there.
Hydrate.
What do we got here? Oh, college review.
Ben, I'm just enjoying my Thursday night getting flamed on stream and in the chat.
Bro, I hope so.
You should let trans mice compete. Dude, they do compete, bro. It's called survival.
Well, I don't have an opinion on this. I haven't done enough research. I'm just telling you guys so you guys can be angry. But I know that the decision has sparked overall controversy and debate within the sports community. Critics argue that such testing should be discriminatory and invasive, raising concerns about privacy. Supporters, however, contend that the measures are necessary to ensure a level playing field in women's sports. I think if I can admit that I want a level playing field in women's sports, we can admit that having to test for it is pretty invasive.
Hey, everyone knows, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know that Harris has been called a TERF in the past.
Yes.
A trans exclusive radical feminist. You know, he's not a big fan of the non-binary people. I've just heard. This is just rumor, you know.
No, I actually a few summers ago, I was at a small social gathering, and there was a woman there openly demeaning trans women, and I called her a TERF to her face, and she was really mad at me she's like, I can't believe you would call me that. And I'm like, I can't believe you would openly hate on people who aren't here to defend themselves. And they didn't talk to me for the rest of the afternoon because I called them on their shit. Anyway.
And you've been called a rat.
And I've been called a rat.
That's a story for a different day. That's a story for a different day. That's a story for
I'm a transgenic rat.
You're a transgenic rat. You have to beef with the rice because you're a rat. That's
today's opening day in the MLB.
Right.
Do we feel good about this? Today's opening day. I'm gonna group these next two articles together. We have opening day, and then there was also the Dodgers versus Cubs series, which was the Tokyo series. The 2025, it wasn't really opening day, but it was the opening games for the season. Opened with the Dodgers sweeping the Cubs in Tokyo, which was on March 18th and 19th. This was marking MLB's return to Japan since 2019. The Dodgers won 4-1 and then 6-3 with Ohtani starting, including a home run in Game 2. If you guys ever want to feel like you'll never, you know, like you want to talk about the most famous athlete in the world, Ohtani is limitless. You guys can say LeBron James has transcended the game and all this stuff. I watched the opening ceremony for the first game, and they had a ton of Japanese children on, like, you know, meeting with the players. Dude, the minute Ohtani comes out of the dugout, these like super tame Japanese children that were like on their best manners were like going nuts. You would have thought Superman was in there. They were jumping up and down. Everyone would want. Of course, he high fives all the kids and all that stuff. But it was so stunning to see how he was received. Just like you would have thought it was Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, Messi's a great example. Ohtani is reaching these levels, these Ronaldo levels of fame. Like, you are no longer an athlete. You've transcended a sport. You are like a human figure in history.
He is the MLB right now too. Like,
yep.
Check.
Bailey's right. Let's check his gender. Get that boy a swab. Hold him down.
Give him a swab.
That's an $800 million swab right there.
No, do that. Yeah, I mean.
Oh, Symmetric says, "Oh, you mean the guy from Fortnite?" That's right. He's got the new Fortnite skin, and there's one of him in his Dodgers uniform, and there's one of him in like a samurai uniform. I bet that was a weird board meeting when they're pitching new skins to get in the game, and they're like, "All right, everyone knows Ohtani," and everyone's like, "Yeah, let's put him in a samurai skin." And everyone's like, "All right."
I don't know about that, dude. It's Johnny Baseball, bro.
Same thing happened with Ichiro. Okay, we can all agree Ichiro is goated, but not to the level Ohtani is.
No, he was in Seattle, bro. No one cared about the Mariners.
Belly, you're getting ahead of yourself. We got Assassin's Creed coming up in the video game section.
Dude, first of all, here. John, what is it? John Halo?
John Halo. Dude, we were playing Valorant the other day, and it was good. We played against a guy named John Valorant, and then we played against a kid named Valorant Zach, and we just got dicked down by him. Valorant Zach beat our asses. Anyway, let's
in Valorant.
We gotta keep getting to the fun stuff, you guys.
Yeah. Well, Formula One first of all.
F1 season. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. All right. What do we want to do right here? So the F1 season officially kicked off this month. We have had 2 Grand Prix already. We had the Australian Grand Prix on March 16th, and we had the Chinese Grand Prix on March 23rd. Okay, if you guys haven't watched your races yet, I don't want to spoil them for you, but you guys have had 2 weeks now. So the Australian Grand Prix, Lando Norris of the McLaren team secured the victory, leading most of the race despite challenging conditions. If you guys watched the race, it was rainy. It was a little contested. Yuki coming off the bench, Belly Motor says. Also, the Chinese Grand Prix, Oscar Piastri, also of the McLaren team, secured his victory and converted it into a commanding win, leading McLaren in a 1-2 finish with Norris in second and Russell again in third. This marked McLaren's 50th 1-2 finish in the history of the sport. What else do we want to talk about in this? Is Lewis regretting the move? Not until after the race, apparently. What was the deal with the last race, you guys? His car was underweight, or he had a brake part that was like sanded down.
Dude, it's Ferrari, bro. What do you expect?
Who's coming to the Las Vegas Grand Prix, bro? Trying to.
We could go.
Where's my brother in here? Is my brother in this chat? I'm not gonna flame him, but I'm gonna flame him. When Grant pays attention to the sport, but he doesn't listen to it, so he doesn't know the pronunciations. When Charles Leclerc. When Charles
Shit.
Leclerc was racing, Grant goes, "How'd Leclerc do?
Leclerc,
How'd
dude,
Leclerc do?"
Grant botches names all the time, bro. He's like,
Well, Leclerc didn't race, but Leclerc did, and we still laugh. I still laugh about it to this day. Every time I see Sean, or we speak American here, double DQ. That would be me.
I know there's a couple Ferrari fans in this chat.
Yeah,
right now.
there's a few Ferrari. Dude, the Ferrari's the Dallas Cowboys. I'm sorry, I fucking hate Ferrari. Even when Lewis jumped, I didn't jump. I stay with Mercedes.
Hey, this is the thing. We haven't been able to talk about this because Harris's like dream. If it wasn't for Derek Jeter, Richard Lewis.
Richard Lewis.
Dude, the actor.
Yeah.
Lewis Hamilton. Dude, I'm fucking sick.
I love
He's
Lewis
great.
Hamilton. I fucking love Lewis Hamilton.
He's like, that's like his whole thing.
But I stay
brief-
loyal to my team. I got in when I was a Mercedes fan, and I'm staying with Mercedes. I don't really
Mercedes-
like Russell, but he's holding it down
Mercedes
for
is
us.
like the Death Star, bro.
Yeah.
Mercedes like Empire, bro.
Dude, I'm a Toto fan. Calico says, good time to be a McLaren fan, and I second that. I think
McLaren's sick.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say most F1 fans just like the sport. They can have a preferred team, but they, at the end of the day, they just want to see a good race. They care about having a good race. They care about competition, and they want to be excited. I think what matters now is that we don't repeat the last 2 seasons when Max was just dicking down everyone. If you remember last season, the first half of the season until the mid-season break was Max. After the mid-season break, McLaren
stepped the fuck up.
and now we're worst team on the grid. Dude, DRAM just got his cocktail order in what do you mean,
I will
bro?
say that Brazilian kid's pretty nasty. On Mercedes, Russell's kind of like
they got some young
chud.
guy. I've been really liking the dynamic with all the rookies this year. You never know.
Dude, don't even bring up Lance Stroll.
Yeah,
Get this.
Lance
get
Stroll.
that
That's mods. Can we ban Lance Stroll in the chat? Can we ban that term?
Lance Stroll, no Stroll chat.
No
What were we
Stroll.
saying? Dude, this year's sick. I'm excited for this year. I feel like it's
That's
actually
not
gonna be super good.
Seems like he's gonna be a stud. Let's see.
Max going to work next year.
Ben. I know. So Ben and I were both Mercedes fans, Ginger Ben man, but I thought Ben jumped with to Ferrari when Lewis did. As soon as Max has a kid, I say he drops. Bro, I honestly don't think Max is that good. I think it's Red Bull being that, like, I think Red Bull is just a superior car. It's just, if you watch Max,
he's gonna crash this weekend.
he bitches about fucking everything. And I know, I watched all of the seasons of Drive to Survive, so I'm caught up on all the historical drama. I know that when Lewis was top dog, he was equally as complaining. I can understand. But if I can admit that, we can admit Max was fucking unbearable. When he was winning and still complaining, oh my god. Freaking
dude, that's why I like
chilling the Max slander? Bro, get your own podcast to defend him. I'll say what I want.
Chill on the Max slander.
I fucking hate Max Verstappen. I'll say it.
No one likes the Dutch.
Keep slandering Max. Okay.
Hey, first of all,
I fucking will. Super Max. Hey, I know Calco 98's in here. Dude, permitted term, fuck you. Leave the Dutch out of this. Oh my god.
I forgot.
Dude, we gotta get more F1. If I knew everyone was so into F1 in this chat, man, shit, I would have just had an F1 segment.
Yeah, we could just have an F1 fucking
Let's race it out on iRacing, dude. Say less. I don't. I'm looking at my steering wheel right now. Calco 98 is on iRacing right now. If you guys are on iRacing, add me. I haven't seen
I'm gonna go
cocktail on the
backwards.
street. Bro, I just finished it. I just finished my cocktail. Silver just hit us with the, I don't care you broke your elbow. He goes, I don't care for F1, bro. He goes, I'm gonna say it. I don't care that you broke your elbow.
Silver, you don't like F1?
I don't think he doesn't like F1. I just don't think he knows about it. He's more of a Formula E guy.
Oh yeah, he's a Mario Kart guy.
Need another Mario Kart tourney for real. Dude, I would actually have Calvin cover the F1 segment if he wanted to hop on. But as our current standings, let's cover the F1 current standings. McLaren leads the Constructors' Championship, or the Constructors' Cup, bolstered by strong performances both by Norris and Piastri. In the Drivers' Championship, Lando Norris holds the top spot, followed closely by his teammate Oscar Piastri, and then Mercedes, George Russell. Defending champion Max Verstappen is in fourth, having not secured a win yet this season. Fingers crossed. Hopefully a violent crash. I'm kidding. I don't wish that on anyone. But the season continues. Upcoming, I think the next race, let me look at my notes. I think it's Japan. Mumu Metals is the...
Fucking it up, bro. Yuki's going to destroy that car right away.
Is the next race in Japan? I don't have it written on my notes. Yeah. Japan on Sunday. Okay. So is it this Sunday? I thought we had a week off.
Next week, okay. April.
Maple Tree Way. Dude, we said Coconut Mall, bro. Yuki. Dude, Bentley's a Yuki stan. I think the Yuki memes are even better, though. F1 Tokyo Drift. Like,
I will say they did kind of do Yuki dirty, though, with like not having him on the team right away.
What's this? Otani gets in the car? Fucking
Dude, he'd be huge. He's like 6'8".
The Dodgers, was it livery? The Dodgers livery?
Okay. Yeah.
They got the cherry blossoms all over the.
Don't ever feel bad for a race car driver, bro.
Yeah, I don't feel bad for any, like, out of every sport, the only sport that can compete with privilege at the F1 level is tennis. The only other sport that has privileged athletes like F1 is
golf, bro.
Yeah, but golf, you also get amateurs in there that don't win any money even if they win. So you get this weird aspect of guys trying to make it on the tour. Skiing, yeah. Wait, Lewis isn't the other guy from... Oh, yeah, Lewis is in Fortnite. I have a Lewis Hamilton skin. Anyway, are we ready to move on from sports? Polo players, get them in here. All right, what else we got going on in here? Let's talk about entertainment, Storm. We're rounding this thing off. We're almost done.
What do we got over here? What is this? Is that a mint julep?
Oh, what is that? Actually, I tried to go back. That looks like a mint julep.
Looks like a mint julep to me.
What I do declare.
Hey, that's like the first one that I knew.
Roblox update next week, bro. Dude, Bentley was hitting me with the Assassin's Creed, and he goes, no way. We haven't talked about our Roblox first. The Mojito. Damn. I got it wrong. Let's talk about movies and television. This one was a little weird because it came out in like weekly segments. Gene Hackman, the acclaimed actor renowned for his roles in films such as The French Connection, Unforgiven, and Superman. He played Lex Luthor in the original Superman. He passed away at the age of 95. You guys may be saying, oh, he was 95. What's the big deal? People who are 95 are supposed to die. Well, he and his wife, Betsy, were found dead in their home in Santa Fe, New Mexico on February 26th. Yeah, the shit was crazy. Yeah, this shit's crazy, actually. His wife is half his age. She's like 46. Authorities determined that Hackman died from severe heart disease with advanced Alzheimer's disease contributing as a factor around February 18th. They were found dead for weeks. They had been dead for weeks by the time they were found. His wife had died approximately a week earlier from hantavirus pulmonary syndrome, which is a rare disease transmitted through rodent droppings. So she died, and he, like, no one saw them. So, and then he died, and they were both found dead in their home. Their couple's death prompted an investigation due to the unusual circumstances. The initial concerns, including the possibilities of carbon monoxide poisoning, which was later ruled out. Body camera footage released by the authorities revealed that his wife had expressed, his wife had expressed fears by being followed by a stranger in the weeks leading up to their death. So they were like, oh, foul play, all this stuff. Anyway, their estate took legal actions to block the release of sensitive images, autopsy details, citing these privacy concerns. What's weird about this is that in Mr. Hackman's in his will, I'm trying to think of how to say it, but it's not. It's more of like it's something that disseminates all your assets. It's not a will. It's like a living will and testament.
His directive?
Something like that. Anyway, it was all sent to his wife. So when his wife died, his kids weren't mentioned at all. He's got like 3 kids. So
Really?
now his kids are in this massive battle over his estate.
Dude, that shit's so whack.
This shit's
honestly.
I hate hearing about that shit.
Put your kids in there, man. But like just because you never know what's gonna happen. Not because like he's like I don't want my kids to have this shit, but like, come on, bro. Dude, the trans mice killed Gene Hackman's wife. Bro.
Dog died too? I'm pretty sure the dog died too.
Dude, what's going on?
He's probably eating that road and shit. Anyway.
Dude, they probably like have Teslas.
All right.
Think about it.
Don't think too hard though.
I think all right.
Oscar award-winning Palestinian director Hamdan Bilal, right?
Yeah.
I want to make sure I'm saying all these names correctly. Was attacked and detained by Israeli citizens and then ultimately detained by the army. So, the Palestinian filmmaker and human rights activist from the West Bank gained international recognition as the co-director of the Oscar award-winning documentary No Other Land. The film was produced between 2019 and 2023, and it chronicles the experience of the Palestinian communities across the region and efforts by Israeli authorities and settlers to displace them. That is what won the award for Best Oscar. And and before I go into the next details on this, if you guys watched, so when someone wins an award at the Oscars, everyone stands and they clap. In no way am I trying to highlight the divisiveness in Hollywood, but when they won, everyone knows there's a massive Jewish population that attends the Oscars or in Hollywood altogether. The disgust when they were walking down the aisle to receive their award, people weren't standing, people weren't clapping, and they were like audibly like looking at disgust when they didn't get the standing ovation, all these things. I'm not saying that, everyone needs to give. I already have a problem with the Oscars now, especially as it's like self-congratulatory and it's really not as competition-based as it used to be. If someone wins
an award, you should like at least stand and be like, yeah, they won the fucking award.
Right. But the overall Zionist sympathizers were not pleased that a Palestinian director, won the award. So why does this matter? What am I talking about? On March 24th, Bilal was attacked at his home in the West Bank by a group of Israeli settlers, some masked and armed, who entered his home, his estate, shortly after residents had broken their daily Ramadan fast. During the assault, the director, Bilal, sustained head injuries and was subsequently detained by the IDF. So the army came in and detained him.
They arrested him.
The Israeli military stated that Bilal was apprehended on suspicion of hurling rocks at their forces, a claim disputed by several witnesses and his lawyer. He was held overnight at a military base before being released the next day.
Dude, I love how, like, this man makes a documentary. Not only just it wins an award, but he makes a documentary highlighting his daily experience. And then he goes back home. And within 2 weeks of winning the fucking Oscars, he gets framed for throwing rocks. Like, even, like, CNN, like, all these, like, they're all like, oh, so this is how it began, because they have to frame it that way to make it look like they're the aggressors and all this. It's like, oh, they're throwing rocks at the poor Israeli settlers that are coming in. Dude, they literally tied this guy up, put him in a bag, and beat the shit out of him on the ground until his lawyer basically got him out of jail. And like, it's like, dude, it's so backwards.
It's so backwards.
It's so insane. And like, he comes out and he's like, I'm good. Because that's what he's used to.
If he says anything else, though, then they're going to come up with another. They're going to be like, now he threw a boulder. Or like,
yeah.
You basically got to just take your licks and then try and stay out the way, man.
I mean, that's literally what his documentary says, too. It's like, which it's funny because it's not even like the most radical thing in the world. Because like, there's like some liberal Zionists who are like on the project, too. And it's just like a, here, this is our experience. It's not even like a, like some like propaganda or whatever, or like anti-Jewish sentiment. There's none of it, so I don't know, it's just sickening to me that like this man's probably, he's definitely on their hit list, so
absolutely
we'll see how long he lasts, unfortunately. But
I want to talk more about this. If anyone has insight into this situation, it's just unfortunate. That will teach him for speaking out again. Dude. Silver, I
Next
hate
thing
it
he
because I
makes is a
read
pro.
it in the exact way that he would be saying it.
Yeah. No, bro, it's like straightforward. Dude, what if he makes like a pro-Zionist documentary next? He's like, oh, I was just kidding.
Well,
Hamas
then
is the problem.
he'll finally get applause. So,
To get $1 million.
for those who don't know, the Mark Twain Award is it's like basically an honor that like a comedian or someone who practices comedy is awarded, or I'm trying to at the beginning of the year, the Mark Twain Foundation and the Kennedy Center hold the Mark Twain Awards, and they put up a list of people who have made such strides and influences in the world of comedy, and basically who've transcended comedy. Fuck Jay Leno. That's what Steelshamrock says. Anyway, Conan O'Brien, who is the renowned television host, comedian, actor, and writer, was honored with the 26th Mark Twain Prize for American Humor on March 23rd at the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts in D.C. The award celebrates individuals who have significantly influenced American societies in a way that Mark Twain did, who was a humorist, basically known for his social commentary. If you guys haven't seen Conan O'Brien's speech, it is riveting. I'm not a Conan stan. He's not even my favorite Tonight Show host, but I respect him. His speech is so good. And this comes at a time where the Kennedy Center is now under Trump's rule. Trump is named the president and the chairman of the Kennedy Center. So you had a lot of the audience boycott the whole event together, and people were frustrated with Conan even accepting the award because he would have to go into the lion's den. Anyway, Conan fucking nailed it. And I want to watch it with you guys. The full speech is like 20 minutes, but you can watch the 3-minute snippet. It is fucking remarkable. I absolutely loved it. The award ceremony featured tributes from other prominent figures, like David Letterman was the one who handed him the award, Will Ferrell, Sarah Silverman. In his acceptance speech, basically Conan reflects on Mark Twain's legacy, emphasizing Twain's opposition to bullies, and his American jingoism. Basically what he wants to say in the thing, but he states it really intelligently, is that unfiltered patriotism is not good. And he put it in a way that Mark Twain did, and he used Mark Twain quotes to get his point across, which is really hard to do, seeing that the Kennedy Center is a Trump product now. I thought it was, remarkable how he handled it. I loved it. I highly recommend that you all take a few minutes out of your day to
I didn't know that.
to watch it. Other Mark Twain awardees have been Jon Stewart, Dave Chappelle, comedians who transcend comedy basically into social commentary, who do a really good job. Anyway,
bro, nope. They gotta get Bill Burr on that shit.
It'll be interesting.
He's killing everybody.
It'll be interesting to see, because Bill Burr doesn't do philanthropy, which is.
That's true. He's just
yeah.
He's just no bullshit. He's more like George Carlin, where it's I guess George Carlin did a little philanthropy.
No, George Carlin was not. George Carlin did the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He
killed. Dude, he's the greatest.
Crazy, yeah. George Carlin was the man. Shane Gillis is not next.
Shane Gillis is not next, bro.
Shane Gillis is he's fine.
He's your frat boy's favorite comedian.
Yeah. I think Shane Gillis is funny, don't get me wrong.
So do I.
But I don't think he's yeah.
I think he'd be hilarious to hang out with too. He's just
yeah, he's just one of the boys. Sorry, I missed the Roblox update. Good night, chat. All right, peace out, Belly. All right.
Where are you going tomorrow? Quickly. Where are you going tomorrow?
You might have shut the lap. Might have shut the lappy.
Yeah, he might have.
All right. Well, the 97th Academy Awards, also hosted by Conan O'Brien, took place on March 2nd at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. The ceremony honored films released that happened in 2024. Snubbed Dune 2. Probably going to Florida. He's on the bench. 07, baby.
Dude, go get some. Go hit up Mark. He's in Florida right now.
The major winners, if anyone Not enough spice. Yeah, Dune got snubbed, man. The major winners, I'm just gonna run them down really quick. Best Picture, Anora. Best Director was also Sean Baker for Anora. Best Actor, I'm gonna tell you guys this. Actually, I gotta get through these. Best Actor, Adrian Brody for The Brutalist. Best Actress, Mikey Madsen for Anora. Best Supporting Actor, Kieran Culkin for A Real Pain. Best Supporting Actress, Zoe Saldana for Amelia Perez. Best Animated Feature, Flow. And Best International Feature Film, I'm Still Here, which was from Brazil. What I want to talk about with you guys is a few things. I want to talk about Adrian Brody's speech. If you guys have seen, if anyone watched the fucking Oscars, Adrian Brody wins Best Actor. He's won Best Actor before for The Pianist, right? And he goes up there in the most self-absorbed speech of all time. It was fucking unbearable to watch. It went 7 minutes. They tried to play him off, and he says, "Stop the music. I've been here before." And he basically just keeps piping himself up. It was fucking brutal. And it only makes me more disenfranchised with Hollywood, thinking about how important their work is and all this stuff. I respect every actor. I respect the art of acting, especially as film and TV is becoming the premier art form in our world. You know, it's very important that we do watch these things. At the same time, Adrian Brody was fucking insufferable. I cannot.
For real.
The brutalist speech, for real. Yeah. And then I want to talk about deserved awards too. Every few years you hear about an actor that has been like an absolute powerhouse, your DiCaprios that had never won awards. And then people are like, well, they deserve awards because they've done so many other great performances that haven't gotten it. I found this to be the case with Zoe Saldana. She was part of the film Amelia Perez, Man to Woman, Woman to Man. Anyway, she won Best Actress. In no way am I shitting on her as a person, but people said that she has been a box office force, whether she's doing Guardians of the Galaxy, Avatar. She's been in a billion things, and every film she's in is just this massive box office powerhouse. And people, if you look at the other performances in the Best Supporting Actress role, I really feel like Hollywood does weigh the deserved performances. I don't know. It's fucking exhausting.
You win?
Sean Baker's speech was awesome. She's great.
Did you win?
Who?
Zoe Saldana.
Yeah, she won. And her speech wasn't even bad.
She
was thanking her mom and stuff.
Did she deserve it?
Not for that role.
Yeah, see, I hate that.
And I think that's what I'm talking about. At the end of the day, like, there's this whole this take in Hollywood where they're like, oh, they should win because they didn't win this last one. And I'm like
Demi Moore.
Okay, yeah, Demi Moore. She sweeps the entire award.
She was deserving this time around. But yeah. But Mikey fucking destroyed Anora, I think.
So, and I guess that's the way I'm feeling. Every year, I feel like this conversation arises. Well, they should have won for this other role, but we need to give them, an award for something not as deserving. And it really saturates the award culture that comes with, it's no longer about putting the best art or product out there. It's about really awarding people who stay in the spotlight. And it's, I liked Jamie Lee Curtis in Everything Everywhere All at Once, but people were saying that she just had such a crazy track record with movies that this small role that she ended up doing was I don't think she deserved to win Best Supporting Actress for that, but she did 2 years ago. 3 years ago?
Yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah, Dune 2 should have won everything. 100%. Dune 2 is
Dune 2. Dude,
I got nothing else to say. It's goated.
Alex,
I'm probably going to watch it tonight.
Alex has never seen Dune 2.
Alex, you've never seen Dune? No, yeah, I know. You saw it together. I remember.
You ever a dude had a seizure and almost died?
Yep.
While the Queen Mother, whatever her name is, was having a seizure.
Where's D-Ram in here? He's got to give me his movie take on deserved awards. Let's get into your releases from the month.
Alex, we saw it together.
These are the movies that were released this month. I want to bring awareness to Novocaine. Not saying I saw it or anything. I'm just Dennis Quaid's son. What's his fucking name? He's from The Boys.
Numbnuts, whatever his name is.
He's having a year. Jack Quaid. I
Yeah.
don't think.
Did you see Companion?
I didn't see Companion, but he's in that too, and he's having a crazy year. I think he's a good actor. I think the fact that he's in so many things, like he's doing the Glenn Powell route right now, where like there's just a lot of things released and you're in it at all. Kind of over him. I don't even want to see him in Boys. Huey. He plays Huey.
He plays the same character in every movie.
He plays Homelander's opposition, Huey.
He's just like a dumb ragdoll character, which is fine. Hey, I'm not even hating. I'm just saying, he's just like.
And then I haven't for television. These are the massive releases on television. I know Daredevil's getting some rave reviews. I'm gonna wait for it to all come out and watch it. F1 Drive to Survive has been great. The Righteous Gemstones. This is filmed in Charleston, South Carolina. They're on season 4. I love it. I think it's one of the best TV shows I've ever seen. I highly recommend you guys all watch it. You guys can see guys on my hockey team as extras in the background. And then Paul American. I want to address this one too. The Logan and Jake Paul family, the entire family, mom, dad, sister, they're getting a reality TV show on HBO called Paul American, and I think I'm going to kill myself.
Yeah, brains are broken, dude. We're total brain fungus now. And Jack Quaid is a little bitch boy. I agree.
Go see Black Bag. What is Black Bag?
Black Bag does it good. Black Bag does it good.
I'll look it up. That's the one with Cate Blanchett and Michael Fassbender, right?
Yep.
They're spies.
Dude, I heard Snow White's like the worst movie of all time.
I heard it's not as bad as people are making it out. I think it's just so cool to hate on fucking Disney right now. So I'll just let people say whatever they want.
This is true. I probably won't waste my time and see it.
I probably won't either. I'll probably wait for it to, I'll probably wait till I have kids to watch it.
It's lower than Dragon Ball Z. What do you?
The live action Dragon Ball Z.
I was like,
bro,
you gotta specify. You can't just be throwing Dragon Ball Z in here and expect me not to react.
Ben, you got a letterbox? I'll follow you on letterbox.
Ben, you do not have a letterbox, bro.
Otherwise, for my movies and television, what I've been watching, I think the season finale of Reacher came out tonight, so I'll be watching that. White Lotus. We're on the last 2 episodes, or last episode coming up. If you guys have not watched White Lotus, fucking watch it. This season has been the best season yet, in my opinion. Also, saw Mickey 17. It's Bong Joon-ho's follow-up after Parasite. It's his first movie released after Parasite. It was fine. Wasn't my favorite. Right. Wasn't bad. So if anything, it was.
Cool themes.
Cool themes. Kind of.
Honestly,
it was stimulating.
3/4 of the movie, and then I was like, all right, I really want to leave.
I laughed a lot of the movie. I thought it was funny.
I laughed too, but like Robert Pattinson's he's so good. Like,
dude, Robert Pattinson, I think is gonna be like.
He's like a legend already. Like he's so good. But like, dude, and also Mark Ruffalo killed that shit.
Dude,
he's like.
You've seen what was that movie with Emma Stone last year? Unusual Things.
Something Things. I did see that. Yeah.
Anyway, Mark Ruffalo's in that movie. Like, not even kidding. Mark Ruffalo, he's had Poor Things. He has strung together like a few. I don't know. Like, Mark Ruffalo is a force. Every time I see him, I used to think nothing about him. I'm like, oh, it's Mark Ruffalo, like kind of like a meme guy. The dude is fucking hilarious. Everything Mark Ruffalo's in, I will watch. I'll say it. And I don't even look for him. I'm like, oh, that movie has Mark Ruffalo in it. He is so funny in the way that he just interacts with his fellow castmates in Poor Things. There's a scene where he like slips up the stairs in like snow, and I don't even think it's intentional. If you blink, you'll miss it. But his body language in it fucking kills me. And in this one, in Mickey 17, he's got veneers. You know, he's kind of like a Trump-esque.
He's like a Trump. Yeah, he's like.
And the way he interacts with the other characters is just so.
Dude, him and his wife, where he goes into it.
Yes, yeah. Yeah.
Like, what should I say?
Dude, I don't know. These last few films that he's been in, I've really looked forward to his roles. So, otherwise, you know.
Thank you, freaking prick.
Yeah, freaking frick. You put me back on. We were like, unusual things? Things? Yeah, man. Friggin' frick's gonna have to hold down the movies and television. Otherwise, yeah, White Lotus has been great. Symmetrics agrees it's the best season. Gingerbread Man says White Lotus got wild. Nice.
I've never seen it.
I highly recommend it. The first season's amazing too. The second season's good too. They're all good.
Everyone says it's like True Detective, except it's good after.
So it is episodic in the seasons that every season is different, but there are same characters in every season.
Oh really?
They're not all the same characters, but there is like a few characters that transfer or the same themes that have to do. White Lotus is like a Ritz-Carlton, and you see like White Lotus Tahiti, White Lotus Thailand, White Lotus Hawaii. So you're seeing all these different White Lotuses and how they interact with their guests, and it's kind of like the undoing of all these like really wealthy people. It's more of a psychology show, if anything. So highly recommend it. I think it's great.
You know me in TV shows, it's like I have to like commit.
Second season was the worst characters in the predictable storyline. Second season is Italy. The first season's Hawaii. I thought the second season was good. It wasn't my favorite, but the ending of the second season, I'm not going to spoil it for anyone who hasn't seen it. Highly recommend. That's all I got. Soren. Oh, money.
Dude. Yeah, so Mickey 17, whatever, blah, blah, we talked about it. But I literally saw Princess Mononoke for the first time in like 12 years last night in IMAX. And like, I was like kind of getting sick when I walked in there too. So I was like, fuck. But dude, when I tell you it was basically a full theater IMAX. And like the first interaction I had, I walked in and this dude was sitting in my seat. And you know me, like, I was like, hey. I was like, yeah. I didn't really notice they're like sitting in a whole line of people, and like there was no other people next to him, and I was like, hey, I think you're sitting in my seat, and he looked at me, he's like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm just with my friends. I go, is this your seat right here? And he goes, yeah, and I go, oh, it's all good, whatever. I sit down, and he goes, I'm so sorry. And he goes, actually, you know what? I'll sit there. I was like fucking with him. I was like, I'll sit between you and your friends, and he was just like, what? And his friends were like, what? I was like, no, you think I'm psychotic? And we were like laughing. And like, dude, when I looked around, I'm gonna be as nice as I can be. The amount of weebs and like,
bro, I bet that theater smelled fucking crazy.
You said it. The amount of people like talking, bro. Like, dude, I was like, during the every single fucking anime theaters are insane.
Dude, I bet it smells like a fucking gym locker room. I bet it smells like a gym locker room.
It smelled like something. And every preview, after every preview, every trailer, there was like, it gets quiet. It was just like everyone just had this reaction. I was just like, do you all have to say some shit about whatever the fuck? And like, there was one thing that was really funny. They were like, I don't know. I don't remember what the fucking anime was, but it was just some random anime movie, and it was like quiet afterwards, and some guy goes, was that Goku? And it was like, no. I thought it was so funny. I thought it was like, I like laughed out loud, and like,
that's like the equivalent of turn off the flash, you fucking moron, at Star Wars, bro. That's so funny.
Goku? Like, I was like, damn, that was
Did you
funny.
shower after, bro? Have you ever seen Soren? Because, well, Princess Mononoke is anime. It's not like. I call it like high anime, it's not just like mass produced 90 seasons of Attack on Titan and then we have to catch up and then we don't understand. This is like an actual, like a cinematic company that produces studio. Do you call it Ghibli or Ghibli? Ghibli, okay. Just want to make sure that we're all on the same sheet of music. I think this is the best movie I've ever seen animated in my entire life. I don't think there's a single candle that could hold a flame to this movie.
This and Spirited Away are my two.
I say this is better than Spirited Away, but that's my personal opinion. I love Spirited Away as well. I just happen to think I've had more of an emotional reaction to this movie. Did you see this dub or subbed?
Come on.
I'll say this: Studio Ghibli. I'll see it dubbed.
No, they're the only studio I'll watch dubbed, but it was subbed.
Okay, that's fine.
It was amazing. I watched it I watched it both, and I enjoy both of them the same way.
Derek. Okay, keep going. I don't want to interrupt you. You're on.
I was just gonna say, I think because I was sick, I was just kind of like, I knew it was gonna happen. I was like, and everyone around me was like, oh, this is the part where I cry, and blah, blah, and I was literally like, shut the fuck up. I was literally just like, shut the fuck up. Like I literally every single movie without fail, I tell someone to stop talking because I'm just like, I can't stand that shit. Like,
Yeah.
not like
I fucking hate when
like,
people talk during movies.
not like if someone is like, not like if someone is like talking to me, but like if they're like talking like I'm talking right now, not whispering. I go, hey.
What happens if they have a seizure?
Sure. Well, get out of the theater.
Get him out of here. No,
Dude, get him out.
Derek brings up a good point. Howl's Moving Cat or Akira. I gotta remake my tier list. Akira, best movie I've ever seen. That movie single-handedly changed my life.
I know it did.
Everything I've ever thought I knew about filmmaking and storytelling, movie changed. But Princess Mononoke, definitely second, and then animated-wise, Howl's Moving Castle. I'll even say Howl's is better than Spirited Away in my opinion. I think they're tied.
Right.
I love Spirited Away. Don't get me wrong, but Howl's Moving Castle.
When's the last time you seen it?
Spirited Away. I watched it like 3 months ago. I rotate these films.
All right.
There's a scene in Princess Mononoke, and I'm not gonna spoil it for those who have seen it. But at towards the end of the movie, kind of towards like the climax of everything's happening, the conflict is about to reach it. The music cuts out. It is dead silent.
Yeah.
And you hear the sound effects of the actions that are going on. And last time I watched Princess Mononoke, it was like 6 months ago on my iPad, and I had my headphones in. I couldn't hear anything else. Everything was just silent. And it was such a response in me. I like literally was getting the goosebumps. It's like I've never watched it on an iPad before.
You're talking about the Dear God?
Yes.
Yes.
And you're just like there's no words that can explain like the characters' reactions or anything. Viewers, get him out of here. Get him out of here, Silver.
I remember when I was younger, I was like, actually, I shouldn't say this if it's going to spoil something because it's like a huge piece. I'm not going to say it.
Okay. I'm jealous of you. I'm happy that you got to go see this movie. I love it.
All I'll say is I was mad at Ashitake because I was like, dude, or whatever the fuck his name is. I was like, bro, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Because I was in love with Mononoke when I was younger. I was like,
I think she's insufferable.
Dude, she grew up as a wolf.
She reasons like a wolf.
Yeah, her social intelligence isn't that great.
Yeah, that's why she's insufferable.
Yeah, because she had, that's the whole point. She had a civilized person who grew up in a proper community.
She's a product of her environment. Now you're seeing both sides on the same team. Yeah.
And she
doesn't change how I feel about how fucking like blind rage is what you're getting. I think the most powerful part about her character is that she is a product of her instincts. She's tuned in with her instincts, and she has no human. She's more animal than civilized,
and that's the thing is,
right?
She even the wolves had more resolve than she did because first of all, they're like gods. They've been around forever, but like even like every single bit, they're like, oh, like I could fuck this dude up, but like they say they were the most like reasonable.
Yeah, didn't they say I would just crush her fucking head, or like they're like I'll crush her head or crush your head in my teeth or my jaws. Yeah.
When
damn, bro, I'm gonna watch this movie.
Yeah. I'm telling you, bro. I'm saying, like, I'm watching this IMAX. Dude, it was amazing in IMAX. 4K IMAX. It was sweet.
I'm watching.
Just don't next to some sweaty motherfucker, dude. Like, God.
Yeah. Deodorant, Derek. Bring an extra stick for your rub.
That's coming from a sweaty motherfucker. Like, I'm someone who's like, you know.
Bro, there's people who sweat, Soren. You're just a sweater, man. But you're not like. There's stinky motherfuckers too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like.
I do be bathing.
There's people who are scared of like personal hygiene, like they just refuse to shower.
For some reason, they all watch anime. It's insane.
Yeah, it's true. It's crazy.
But
all right.
I will say, but Honorary mentioned because we're talking about anime, just because it's one of my favorites, and it will always be, is Ghost in the Shell for sure.
Oh, OG Ghost in the Shell. Soren put me on that after I was blown away by Akira. Same level of just like fucking
like,
wow.
What the fuck?
Wow,
yeah.
Just like wow, and like. Yeah. There's something aesthetically like you can have like brand new animation styles that look really crisp, and you can have like 4K 1080 line or 1440 lines and all this stuff. When you look at these older works, 80s animation, something about Neon Genesis or like all these, it looks so crisp.
So
And
good.
it has like a soft glow to the color. I don't know how to explain it, but I
Color-
really
it's the
feel
color.
like we've lost out on
Dude,
that genuine aesthetic compared to like
have you
these.
seen Memories?
That's with Kurosawa.
It's
Or,
no, it's I can't remember it's a 3-part short. There's like
Yeah.
3 shorts in the movie. Dude, the first one, they're all amazing because they're all different animations. But the first one is like
if that's the space
won't
one,
say
right?
it's
The
my
first
favorite
one's
anime.
in space. It's like
Yeah.
I've seen
Yeah.
it. I've seen
Dude.
all 3 of them.
the first one is like the best thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it's my favorite anime, but it's like the best like thing I've visually. I was like, what the fuck am
Yeah.
I watching? But so yeah, that's what I've really been watching.
Oh,
Shit.
Grave of the Fireflies, Derek. Dude, you're trying to feel. You're not trying to. Damn, that's some. I watched Grave of the Fireflies, man. I literally had to go for a walk after watching it. I watched it at
I've never
night. Oh my god, bro. Watch the. I'll talk to you about it after. I'm not gonna spoil it for anyone. Fucking. There, it kind of animates the dropping of the bombs, and in Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
I've seen that.
And you're like, the animation is fucking crisp and brutal animation.
Dude, I saw that and I remember watching it. I was like, because I didn't know what I was watching at first, because it starts off just like a normal like situation, and you're just like,
Yep,
fuck. But
it's like
Shrek,
haunting.
bro.
Oh, dude, Alex really just hit. Welcome to do. I can't even sing the song.
Dude, Shrek is, dude, I think I told you this when I was younger. I vividly remember this. I was like in the car with my mom and my brother and with one of our friends. And I said, probably like 4th grade or something, or 5th grade maybe. And I said like, holy shit or something. And my mom started laughing. She goes, Soren, you're gonna get in trouble if you say that. So just like, instead of shit, just say like, what the Shrek or something. Or like,
Dude, your
just
mom was
replace
ahead
it
of her
with
time.
I know. I was like, damn. And then it lasted for like 10 minutes. And I was just like, shit.
What the Shrek, bro?
What the Shrek? But that's what I've seen. That's what I've been watching.
These are your music releases for the month of March. Major music releases. I'm sorry if your coffee shop, your favorite indie artist isn't on here. I'm just trying to cover the ones that only people will probably contribute to mass conversation in the zeitgeist. I can't really say I'm excited for any of these. Not saying that they're not talented artists. I just don't really seek out any. I like Japanese Breakfast. Actually, I listened and I listened to that album. It wasn't my favorite, but I know she is popular. Also, I want to bring up something about Mumford and Sons. I started going to some workout classes with Lexa at her yoga studio. I do a lot of like cycle and yoga. One instructor there fucking played Mumford and Sons during yoga, and it was the most I've ever like been out of sync in a workout. I was like, it was the worst workout playlist I've ever heard. And when I heard, and I've got nothing against Mumford and Sons. I don't even think they're a bad band. I just don't want to work out to them. And ever since that moment, it was like, weep for yourself, Lion Man. And I was working out. I was like grinding. I was so fucking mad at my instructor. I was like, there's no way this chick is playing Little Lion Man when I'm getting my fucking sweat on. And ever since then, I have literally, that's like, I don't have anything. You can fight me all you want. I have nothing against
the wrong setting for it.
for Mumford and Sons. I just don't want to work out to them. I want to go see. Yeah, okay. So good for you. Like I honestly think they're a talented band. I think they have great folk tone. I think they're pivotal in their genre. I think there's not a lot of people who are as successful as them. I don't think they are music for every occasion. And also, Jenny, she's part of Blackpink, right? Or she was. Is Jenny Blackpink? I don't know. That's like sit on the patio vibes. Yeah, that's like literally open air, I'm out in nature vibes.
That's like 2008.
Symmetric
vibes.
says yes. I gotta listen to it. People have been saying it's a good album. So this is what I've been listening to. These are my 2 that I've been listening to. The Heavy has been great. They sound like, this album literally sounds like it's off of California Sunset in the 60s. If you guys have a chance, everyone should listen to Happiness on that album. Highly recommend. And then the second song, or the second LP that I've been listening to is OMW On My Way by O and FKJ. It's only a song. I highly recommend it too. It's a little bit more introspective nightcore, but I like it. What about the new Cuckoo Kangaroo release, bro? Ryan, I know you. Ryan's got box seats, boy. Ryan's going on tour with him, if you know what I mean.
He's got backstage passes.
Dude,
bro.
Ryan's a groupie.
You know what I mean, bro? He's grouping up on the
Bro,
kangaroo.
anyway, what are you listening to, Soren?
I'm gonna see. Here's before I get to that. I always, every single time we do this, I always add these albums. And it's like the next day. It was always like the Saturday or whatever. Now Mondays, and now tomorrow's Friday. I'll like listen to these two that you always put on, and I'm always like, damn, this is like perfect. Because like you and I always used we share music like frequently.
The only person I swap music with more than you is Derek in the chat. The only other person I swap music with. Otherwise, you and I are always sending each other a song.
Like, listen to this, and so I was like, dude, that fucking Thai funk.
That was from White Lotus, bro.
Dude,
Literally,
was not. Dude,
I heard it in the background of White
Lotus,
and I was like, what is this? I was like, and so I looked up the band, and if you know how Thai language is written, it is not English characters. It looks almost Arabic if to the untrained eye.
Yeah.
I could not type it into YouTube to find the song, so I had to like replay the episode and like
copy and paste it.
Yeah, it was fucking brutal.
Did you Shazam that shit?
I did, but I'm not. You know, I've been vibing on it. Keep going about yours though.
Okay. So the first one, it's just like a beat tape my homie made, Andreas. They're gonna release a whole like album.
I like that.
It's called.
I like that album.
It's really like it's just super like it's like hip hop beats, like kind of like what is it called? Shoegaze kind of type. It's really good, and
Shugazi.
I was just like,
okay.
Shugazi, yeah, Shugazi. But yeah, Andreas is tight. Shout out Andreas. He like sent it to me, and I was like, what the fuck, bro? I was like just sitting in the sun listening to it. I was like, dude, I was just like, I don't know why it just made me feel super motivated when I was listening to it. It was just like, oh man, like when your friends do something, like create some shit, you're just like, oh, this is sick.
Fuck yeah.
So yeah, that, and then this Valentina by Paleskin. I've just been listening to this while I work out because it's super hard. It's like fucking super hard. Like it's just like punk, like kind of metal-ish. It's just an EP, so I'll like play that while I'm working out, and I'm just like, I feel like I'm like listening to Taking Back Sunday back in the day again.
Taking Back Sunday, my man.
You're just like, I'm like, ooh. But so that's what I'm listening to.
That's the good stuff right there, man. That's the stuff that tans your melanin.
Shout out Sunshine Boy.
Go into your book, man. Tell me about it.
I gotta say, my lungs are closing up. Well, this is one of the books I read. I just chose it because, like, I remember last year. Look, it's the same cover.
Oh.
I remember last year. I read A Soul's Code by James Hillman, and this is the follow-up to that. And he's a archetypal psychologist. He talks a lot about just like more spiritual kind of revelations of psychology, and like he kind of like expands on Carl Jung a lot. So this is like he literally goes through like history and talks and shows like different characters, or like like Jesus Christ, for example, or like different people throughout history, and like how their actual actions based off of the writing that they had, and like the reported tellings of them, not just like the main stories, like follow his whole philosophy on like what it means to like live a soulful life. And he has this principle of excuse me, thank you, Alex, I do need to hydrate. Like, people say like you need to grow up.
I'm only told that every day.
Yeah, right, exactly. So his thing is that he thinks that's a mistake, where it's like we need to grow down from like our spiritual like or whatever heavens, the idea of, even if you're not religious or spiritual, it's like you need to grow down into yourself and not actually like, because you're just a human mold that's existing in what he calls the daimon, which the daimon's our spirit, or however you want to describe it. If you want to call it like your soul, if you want to call it your the Atman in Buddhism or in Hinduism, whatever, it doesn't matter. He still has the principles collectively agreed upon in human development. So
I would say you read a lot of philosophical introspection books, right? And it's something I've really liked about you. I'll look up every single book that you. Where does this one rank compared to the other ones that you put on Coffee Order?
Oh, dude, this book, dude. This book smacks, dude. You gotta. He said, "Let me redeem Stretch."
I think we can only because I think we only redeem Stretch once per episode because Ryan used to spam redeem.
Yeah,
I was stretching every 2 minutes, bro.
I was very stretched. But no, yeah, this is. I would recommend this to everyone. I mean, it's like, it really just makes you, think about your own like passions and uniqueness and like a way that kind of breaks out of like this whole mold of like we have to be like some rugged individual. And it's like, no, you are an individual that can like, I don't know, accommodate your own purpose. And here's a lot of different archetypal ways that people have done that in history, because I think people forget that ancestral lineage and like we are for a lot of reasons where we are because of human development, and like people forget about that. And I think that's like, as an anthropologist, like that's like, this is spiritual anthropology,
I love that.
That's what this is. So that's what I've been reading. But that's one of the things I read. What have you been reading?
I'm currently reading, I just finished last month, I finished Braiding Sweetgrass, which was like a indigenous guide to being in touch with nature and our immediate surroundings, trying to live a more self-aware lifestyle. Now I'm reading Good Arguments by Bo So. This is a really interesting book because I don't know about you. I try and read things that I try and get in touch with every time I finish a book, I try and get in touch with myself. What am I feeling? What do I need? Do I need some adventure? Whatever. And I cannot help but feel there's just so much conflict in the world right now, in my life. I feel like every time I turn on the news, I am having this emotional response to this thing. And I wanted to look up like what are like conflict management books and all this stuff. And this one I kept coming back to was Good Arguments. And this guy, he's a two-time debating world champion. He's from South Korea and he moved to Australia when he was a kid. And he starts with like talking about how not knowing English when he moved to Australia basically put him in a lot of positions not to articulate himself. And then now he is the Harvard debate instructor, and he is Australia's national debate instructor. And he's just a really interesting dude. And he kind of breaks down on how to, like, he's not promising that you are going to have a better argument, but he's telling you if you follow basic guidelines, you will put yourself in the best position possible to come out with an outcome that is arguments are not about winning. And the one thing I really liked about this book so far, I'm about halfway through, it's not super long, is that he talks about how when we look at issues, we think of these issues as bigger than ourselves. But that's not true. In order to discuss an issue, you are bigger than the issue. You need to take the issue and come up with a framework, and you need to either look at the opposite side, those who disagree with you, and put yourself in their shoes and build their argument for them. What do they see about this? And he came up with the RISA, R-I-S-A, and I wrote them down because I wanted to talk about them. You need, in order to figure out if this is an argument worth having, you need to understand, is it real? Can we agree that this is not a misunderstanding? This is a real argument that we're having? And if we can agree, then at least we understand what argument we're having, right? Now we're in the same field. Otherwise, half the time we're arguing about, oh, you're saying this, and we just don't understand each other. 2, is it important? Is this worth having? Is this something that we both feel the need to discuss, and why is it important? Then we can really articulate our environments on there, or our arguments on there. And then specific, what are the precise things that are driving this argument? Can we define, avoid any vague language, broad statements? What exactly are we arguing? And then aligned, what would it take for us to both, even if we don't agree, where can we align and say, that was a good argument, I understand you, and we're gonna move forward together. And I've really, really enjoyed this book. I'll let you know when I finish it. I'll probably talk about it next month, but
that sounds really interesting to me.
Pretty good. Also, I'm just trying to understand people I disagree with so much better. I live in an area that is not very tailored to things that I've known my entire life, so I'm trying to understand it.
Yeah, I mean, especially nowadays where like, so I think about that with myself where I'll say some shit and I kind of forget like, oh, someone probably totally misunderstood what I just said. And I'm like, because they're not like.
And that's what it
keyed
is. I'm
in.
like, what are we saying? Like, it's like,
Yeah.
am I and that's what I'm saying. Like if you were to say something and I was to have an immediate reaction to it, I don't know that you said it misaligned or anything. So you need to understand how to argue with someone in order to argue.
Yeah. No, right. And like, it's all about like your intention too. Like,
Right.
because someone's not, even if someone's not meeting you halfway with the intention, if you are going in with it with that attitude, then they can kind of realize with your attitude, like, oh, okay, like he's actually trying to like be constructive here, or just like express himself in a free way, not just like attack me or disagree with me just to disagree with me. You know,
And then he talks about that in the book. He goes, you can talk about a Thanksgiving get together where like everyone has a family member who just wants to be heard, and then they just argued for the sake of arguing. That is not a good argument, but that's also someone that you cannot apply any sort of rational. You just need to make peace with that, you know? Like you're in no way are either of you going to be content. So you just need to make peace, and that's very contrarians. They're called.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's also like as someone who is like, if you just know someone's TFG, you know, they're just like, or maybe they're just old, you know, and like. So I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna express my opinion, but there's moments where I'm kind of like, okay, I'm gonna like make this some sort of like humorous engagement. Not, oh, you're fucking you old, you know, blah 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 blah, you know, whatever. But because I could.
Yeah, anyone can take it there. It's just growing up or growing down.
Growing down. Yeah, you gotta grow down. There you go.
All right, let's talk about video games, folks. These are your big releases for the March cycle. These are your AAA titles. Split Fiction, which has already set the world on fire. For those who played It Takes Two, this is their follow-up game called Split Fiction. It's been great. People are excited about it. I haven't. I have yet to get further in the game. I plan to continue it with Lexa. And then Assassin's Creed Shadows. The memes are already fucking killing me with this game because you play as a black samurai in traditional Japan, and people are, you know, arguing that it panders to, you know, the black demographic that has really taken into Japanese culture. Anyway, if it's a good game, it's a good game. It's the follow-up to, I think, Valhalla, which is the other one. I tried to get Kai to play Split Fiction, but no, settled with Luigi's Mansion 3. Bro, why won't he play Split Fiction with you? Anyway, yeah, these are your two big releases. I'm not going to get Assassin's Creed. I don't think I've ever played a single Assassin's Creed since the second one. So,
oh, dude. Well, I say for a gamer like you, for me as like a novice gamer, I fucking loved Valhalla. Also just because of like Viking shit. I was just like, I have to be the most powerful Viking. He hates me, confirmed. Yeah, maybe he does, L Cookies. Maybe he does. But I was like, I kind of have to get this samurai game because I think that's the last video game I ever like purchased was that game.
I think
yeah, pick one. They're so fun. Like they're pretty easy. Like they're pretty like basic.
Wasn't there like an Odyssey one? Wasn't there like a Roman one?
Yeah, I played that one too.
That'd be cool.
That shit was because dude, that's the thing about the Odyssey one, bro.
Oh yeah.
You can pick the side of the war you want to be on, like the Athenians or the Spartans. So I picked the Spartans, and you can literally just like manipulate the politics in that game.
That's sick.
Yeah, it's fun.
Calco98 says get Ghost of Tsushima.
There's a new one coming out.
Oh yeah, they have a second one coming out.
Yetzo or whatever. Yeah.
But yeah, the first one is good. I only played the first few levels, and then Elden Ring DLC came out.
Played that with the homie Journey.
And then in sad news, Project Rect announced that The Witcher 4 will not be released before 2027. The game's development is still in its very earliest stages, and the company has not provided a specific release date. They just postponed Witcher 4 indefinitely. The ambitious scope of the project necessitates the lengthy development period. This also comes after a lot of their success with the Cyberpunk game and the Cyberpunk DLC. So I think that they're just trying to allocate their resources. And then, what do you want to know about Fortnite? Sabrina Carpenter is getting a skin in Fortnite. I got nothing to say. She's holding the new Fortnite festival. I don't even know what that is. I just thought it was big
Fortnite.
Video game news. So.
Oh, you're gonna be on Fortnite that night, huh?
I don't
Can we
play
tell
it.
Alexa?
I don't play Fortnite anymore. I used to, like 2 months ago. No kidding. I used to play like a year ago when they had all that old stuff come out, and then they had their really fun map, and then now that Valorant is out, kind of been grinding that. Little Marvel Rivals in there too. But these are the games I've been playing. I've been playing Valorant, Repo, and Abiotic Factor. I have some really good clips of Repo that I plan to upload.
Dude,
So.
Yeah, hold on a second. Hold on. What are we talking about? This page right here. This. I think the audience is gonna appreciate me saying this. Harris, Steelshamrocks. This subject is the whole basis of this show. When are we gonna see a gaming stream next?
When are we gonna see a gaming stream next? I want to stream Valorant with the boys, but the thing is, like, the chat, like, I feel like Valorant is already stressful enough not streaming, and then if I was to stream it, it would take on a brand new persona.
And you could like get kicked off.
I want to see the Repo clips. I'll show you a clip of, or I sent our chat a clip of Repo. I would stream Repo.
Let's do it.
Repo. Stardew Night with Rogue. Let's do a Repo multi-stream. Oh yeah, I do Repo.
Oh yeah, like me and L Cookie's sweet.
Lex and I play Stardew Valley together.
But the Lord of the Rings game sounds crazy. Stardew vibes. That sounds sick.
That sounds great. Well, that's what's going on in the video game world. Bentley can't be here to talk about the Roblox update.
Yeah, damn it.
This is it, fellas. We're rounding home. You guys want to go over this stuff together?
Oh, it's spring?
It's spring.
I always forget. March is a great month. I'll tell you. March is like underrated month.
So I got to be specific though. It's only spring in the northern hemisphere, apparently. You know, they said, hey, because it would be fall in the southern hemisphere, but it's not the first day of fall on March 20th.
It's different, yeah.
Yeah, so it's just the first day of spring in the northern hemisphere. Don't get too excited, you globalists.
Southerners do things a little different down there.
And then I had to bring this up because now, since a lot of pundits, a lot of talking heads have the ability to, their audiences take on their own political opinions because we live in a like a very orbital or what's that called when you feel like you're friends with a celebrity? Parasocial?
I guess,
yeah. So Joe Rogan is not exempt from the parasocial aspects. He is the most successful podcaster. He is the most successful podcast probably in the history. He's the highest grossing podcaster. And during a recent episode of this podcast, I just wanted to address this because I thought it was silly. He's a UFC commentator as well, for those who don't know. He announced that he is not going to attend UFC 315, scheduled for May 10th in Montreal, Canada. He said, this is exact quote. He stated, "I don't go to Canada anymore. I'd rather go to Russia." That's his exact quote. The dude's a fucking moron.
Dude, he's TFG, bro.
I don't know. I have nothing else to say about this. Like,
getting paid though.
His reluctance to travel to Canada appears to stem from his criticism of Canada's government and his friendship with Donald Trump. I think
it's so stupid.
So I have nothing else to say on that. I think Joe Rogan's a fucking moron.
Don't get me wrong.
So
there's no implications behind this. If I had to choose one country to go to just to visit, I would pick Russia just because it's more interesting to me. Like, I'm saying if there's no implication, and here's why. Because Russia's the largest country on Earth, and it's the most like diverse place from end to end, and that's why I would go. And Canada to me is just like America with beautiful mountains, which is great, but I could go there any fucking time. Like, Russia, that's an opportunity. You know what I mean? Like,
I have no desire to go to Russia ever. I'd rather go to China. I'd rather go to Shanghai.
China would be sick.
But the thing is, I have no desire to go there either. I am definitely no. Like, as much as I want to see the world, there are so many risks to when you.
Okay, wait. No implications. I said there's no implication.
But I think as someone who likes to travel, like when you travel, you cannot present your culture as the premier way of life, in my opinion. You need to go to these places and understand their way of life. I think if I was to go to Russia or China, I would just feel so like the emotional reaction, like I could not put aside my bias, and I think it would really hinder my experience. I think I would overall look at like Shanghai being I think one of the largest cities in the world, right? And then I would be like, well, that sucks because it's extremely democratic in these cities, but most of China is rural or feudal, and they're just trapped under this like extreme regime. I know a lot of people who have been to Russia, and everyone says it was extremely boring.
I could see that. It depends where they went. Bro, you ever go to Dagestan? Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna go to Dagestan and train for 2 to 3 fucking years. You come back, you'll be world champ.
Doesn't do it for me, man.
Bro, dude, come on, Siberia, bro, the cold.
Dude, I've heard it in Siberia. It gets so cold it could turn to ice before your spit hits the ground.
Yeah,
that's some fucking crazy shit. I would want to see it. I guess I would want to see it.
Your air turns into water vapor, basically. But to finish that thought though, Joe Rogan's like that man is so
bootlicker,
brain rotted, bro. Like he's giving Elon Musk a hot stone massage every fucking week. Like he's just like, it's like, dude, no one fucking likes you anymore. Like
I rocked with Joe Rogan in the beginning when he was just having when he was having anyone and everyone on there. He was like even he goes, like I was like, dude, Joe Rogan, he was having a crazy diverse set of group. Now it's just like you go in and you're like, man, shut your fucking mouth, bro. Can you say anything else? Anyway.
Fear factor, bro.
Fear factor, bro. Anyway,
dude.
And I put Steve Ballmer on here because I don't rock with billionaires. I don't fucking rock with billionaires at all. But if I had to choose one,
BlackBerry guy,
I would choose Steve Ballmer because he has opened this company called USA Facts. And what he does is that he basically audits the entire government and he lets the people know in the most transparent form. Half the data I get for this podcast is USA Facts. And it is not, it's non-political. It doesn't have any political facts. It doesn't have Democrat versus Republican. And if you guys keep putting fucking Russian language in the chat, I'm gonna get flagged by my FBI agent. Chill. Like,
this is Pentagon Harris talking. This is Pentagon Harris talking. Like I said in the beginning. Careful.
Stu, say something Canadian. Even this out.
Comrade Harris. Comrade Khan, bro.
I fucking love.
До свидания.
I love Steve Ballmer. He's a billionaire, so I'm really reluctant to say I love him. But
why don't you marry
every time I have Steve Ballmer memes on deck, bro, it's really exciting. He's just like a crazy dude. Him dancing at the Windows 95, like.
He's the BlackBerry dude, right?
He's Windows.
Windows. Oh, okay.
Yeah. He was with Bill. He's on Bill Gates' original team.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right.
But anyway, if you guys ever want to know more about the U.S. government, I want you guys to use USA Facts. It is such a reliable source of information, and he spoon feeds it to you in the most like regular way that you can understand how it works. He will break down the budget. Just look up USA Facts on YouTube. Super smart, super intelligent, and he makes it super understandable. I highly recommend it. I can't recommend it enough. Also, I want to pull up this clip because we talked about it at the beginning of the stream.
Everything's dude.
So now that I'm working on in like kind of an IT section of my company, I've been quoting Donald Trump's most recent blunder. And he goes in, and I'm just going to show you guys this. So after Tesla had been firebombed at a few outlets or whatever, he was like, I'm going to hold a Tesla expo at the White House. And he did. And it was basically just like a Tesla dealership in the White House. And he goes, I love Tesla and all these things. This is a 6-second clip of what everything. This is the president of the United States, you guys.
Everything computer.
This is a different panel than I've had. Everything's computer.
Everything's computer, bro.
Everything's computer.
This is a different panel than I've had. Everything's computer.
Everything's computer,
buddy.
Bro.
I cannot. The dude is fucking hilarious. The guy is absolutely hilarious. Everything's computer, bro. Dude, This is the
it's
same
like,
guy that was telling us about Sleepy Joe, sleep at the wheel,
Yeah.
bro. This guy
No,
literally
he
just
can't
said
even drive.
everything's computer.
He's like never driven a car in his life.
I fucking love this clip. I want this clip. I would literally inject this clip into my every time I deal with technology now. I'm like, everything's computer.
Everything's computer.
So mark that down on the quote of the century. And then
You're at work and you're just like, everything's computer.
Lexa to the point now. She says it's my quote of the year. And then this is my last full note. I want to talk about business boot camps and self-improvement industries. Everyone's seen the meme of this guy. We're gonna all watch it together and all this stuff.
Fucking guy.
What I want to talk about is mental health is starting to get grouped in with like all these like therapist apps and all these things. I feel as if there's this massive change in business boot camp and self-improvement industry that they're making it sound like the individual is one problem to fix now. Every time I see a marketing thing for this, it's always like, you know, you're going through so much. You're doing this. You know, this app is going to solve all your organizational needs, or this is going to help you with mental clarity, or this is going to help you journal, and this is going to solve your problems. I want you guys, I'm looking at you guys in the audience. You are not some problem to fix. Everyone has issues. Everyone has something going on with themselves. And it is okay to not pay for a subscription that is promised it's going to solve all these things. We live in this hyper-aware society that shows people in these crazy morning routines, getting up at 4 a.m., doing ice washes and baths. And obviously, I'm just quoting this one guy. But you have all these people saying that I do this, and this is what's, you know, attributed to so much success. For every person that tells you one thing that they've done, and that's why they're successful, there's another person that has done the same thing that has lost all their money because of it. It is okay to have issues going on in your life. It is okay. You are not some problem to fix. It's okay to talk about these things. I am just so annoyed with how, whether it's like these, this men like hyper masculine boot camp, like these guys pay to like you're a father, like you need to be the supply, like it is becoming too much. And I really like, I cannot avoid it. And I don't know if it's just the hyper masculinity turning me off to this, but I just don't know how to explain it. You're not some problem to fix. Whatever you're doing to get through the day is equally as fine as someone who, you know, acts like they have all the answers. I want to show you guys this video because it's the only video that everyone's been fucking talking about. Everything's computer.
It sounds like to me you have a problem.
I do have a problem that I need to subscribe for.
Sounds like you have a problem with these subscriptions.
So this is it. I don't have any audio, but we're just gonna. This is great, by the way.
What was up with that stance though? In between.
Well, and there's a scene in this one that the funniest shit I've ever seen in like these self-improvement videos happens in this one. So I don't.
This is when he goes 10,000.
Yeah, he goes, "Nah, man, we got to do 10,000."
10,000.
So like after he does his workout and he runs so hard, his AirPods fall out of his ears. Like this guy is running so hard, his AirPods are not staying in his head. Where do you draw the line? Because in what category does? I think therapy is like, if you're doing therapy and you're not in your face about it, that's where I draw the line. It's these people who state that their therapy is the best and no other therapy competes. A good therapist will say it's okay to go to another therapist. All right, so this is the part. He's about to get ready, and then ice baths before, and he goes, "Nah, man, we got to do 10,000." That's exactly where he says it. What is he?
And his voice.
Nah, man, we got to do 10,000. Not the banana peel, bro. Yeah, so that's the clip. And if you've seen any of his other famous videos, they're equally as funny. So, nah, man,
I do like how he's like, because obviously that's not this dude's routine, you know?
No,
like,
he's not waking up at 3 a.m. every day.
Oh, that's correct, bro. That's like insane. But yeah, I mean, I feel the same way. I think what you're saying, or how I relate to that, is like I get sick of people like putting out so much of their daily life and how it's supposed to like be postured in consumption. Like someone's like, hey, this is my daily routine, or this is like what I see my fucking therapist or my yogi or my whoever, my shaman or whatever, and it's like, here's everything that I learned at all times, like just spamming you with it. And it's like the people, like, I don't know, people can't, like, you don't like absorb that, you know.
Right.
Like real therapy, you sit and absorb it because you're like face to face.
Because you gotta feel, man. You gotta go inside and like really like why, you know, like you gotta question yourself, who you are.
Take it seriously a little bit, you know, like if I see someone like doing that, I'm kind of like, oh, it's almost like a huge alarm. It's like, why are you posting so much online about your life? Like, that doesn't seem very healthy, you know. But that's also my perception.
Mm-hmm.
So like, you know, I do think that like some people can benefit from that depending on the content that they're putting out, like not just like the digital content, but like literally like how people perceive that. If your therapist isn't telling you to get up at 3 a.m. and stick your face in a bowl of ice, they're not a good therapist.
My first therapist, and I told this to some of my friends, I think last night. My first therapist really framed this for me in a way that I had never thought before. And she's like, imagine your brain, right? Like, just think about your brain. Like, that's who you are. At the end of the day, like, you're just a series of nerves, all this stuff. But she wasn't trying to get mad on me, but she was just saying, your brain sits in a vat with like basically a concrete box. Your brain cannot see, your brain cannot hear.
This is your brain?
No, it relies on stimulus from other organs in your body. So it relies on your eyes to give it inputs. It relies on your ears, it relies on your nose, it relies on so many other things. And it's always trying to put meaning because it can't see anything. Your brain is where all the computing happens. And if you go through life thinking that what you see is Premiere or you see is the way to do things, like, you are only getting a fraction. And that's why everyone sees everything so differently. Perception is not reality. It's understanding, which is reality. It's us trying to understand each other. It's us trying to ground each other. It's us trying to build together. And the better we understand each other, the better we can understand ourselves. And that's the way I look at it. Your brain is just in a concrete box and you are trying to help it compute to the best with the best information that you can gather. And I want to do it with you guys. Also,
we're doing it right now, bro.
I got to get a new therapist. That's what he said.
Oh.
I'm just trying to catch up on all the other chats. You're good.
I was gonna say something really ignorant, but as a joke, but I'm not gonna say it.
You can say it.
No.
Say it. Okay. Anyway, my last note in pop culture is do your taxes. I have a serious question. Question, Mark. Is it about your taxes? Because don't ask me.
Yeah, we're not financial gurus here. We both got our liberal arts degrees. We're waiting.
Yeah, cracking the fingers. You typing?
I'm dying.
Don't make me pull up Steve Ballmer. Pretty exciting.
What was that? What was that? The Super Bowl ad? What is the thing? What is the with fucking whatever it's called? I think you should leave, people.
Oh, I think you should leave. Baby of the
The
year.
Doritos? Or the
Chasmo.
Tostitos?
Chasmo, bro.
Chasmo. What does he say?
Rest in peace, Chasmo.
Yeah, rest in peace, Chasmo.
Who is coming to keep Kai company for his birthday, bro?
We can.
What
We can do that.
Soren? What about you?
You gonna be gone? What about your birthday? Vegas trip? Chat? Vegas trip?
Vegas trip, chat?
Vegas trip? Strip?
Vegas.
You want to see the trip?
I got
a job. He didn't
He
tell
didn't
you?
tell you.
He didn't tell me. Kai doesn't tell anyone anything. He did not tell us this. Now we know, sort of. We have a bed and a couch. We have a bed and a couch. That's valid. Maybe he was waiting, but either ways, go see your therapist. Do your fucking taxes.
I want to give my my brother a huge shout out. He hosted a trivia tournament on his YouTube channel. If you guys have access to YouTube, if you guys like YouTube, go follow Lord Steppington on YouTube. I will throw a link to his channel in Discord. And then I also want to throw a huge shout out to DRAM. He is hosting a veterans podcast called Voices of Valhalla with one of a service member friend of ours. And I was lucky enough, I was fortunate and honored to be a special guest on their show. And we talked about, the service together. And we were all in the same unit at one time. So it was kind of refreshing to have veteran talk. And I was honored that they considered me for their product. They have a great stream. It's more for veterans, but anyone can listen. I will also drop a link to that in the Discord too. I think everyone can gain something, even if it's just perspective. But that's all I have for final thoughts. I want to thank every single person in the chat. I want to thank, let's start from the top. We got Stu, Calco, L Cookies, Symmetrics, DRAM, Silver Shamrocks, Lord Steppington, Stevo de Cappuccino, Green from College, Ginger Ben Man, Friggin' Frick 666. We got, who else am I missing? We've had, the chat was the most lively it's ever been, and I'm so fortunate to be sharing this time with you guys. It's almost midnight here, and I don't regret a single thing. Next month, we're back on coffee order, so fucking put the bottle down. Put the bottle down.
Bottle down.
Put the bottle down. All right, well, I'm going to hit you guys with the outro.
This is a 4-hour stream.
This is a 4-hour stream. It's a long one.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Nighttime. Glad I could finally catch one of these. Calvin, you're our new F1 correspondent, so you're going to have to come in.
I want to say this for the record. This is how much I do this for you people. I have a fucking fever of 101, and I showed up for you. Dude,
this is Rogue Cheddar flu game right here.
Rogue Cheddar flu game. I'm never sick, baby.
4-hour stream, no bathroom breaks, bro. Dude, what do you mean? I just wet my pants right now.
I have to go back.
I got a catheter in. You don't even know.
I've been having to piss for so long.
All right.
But congratulations, L Cookies. That's sick. Well, I can't wait to hear more about it.
Yeah. Congratulations on the new gig. Get that money rolling in. Get your diapers on, boys.
Seriously, this is always so much fun. So thanks for tuning in, everybody. And commenting and just mouthing off. That's what we want you to do. And maybe I hope you learned something.
I hope you guys learned something. I hope that you guys can go out in the world and apply this knowledge practically.
Like, you know what? I got my news for the month. Like, soaked it up.
From a couple of booze-filled white boys.
Booze-filled white boys from Minnesota.
Well, that's a wrap on this special edition of Cocktail Order. I almost slipped. We hope you enjoyed the perfect mix of news, entertainment, and culture, all served with a little extra kick tonight. As always, I'm Steel Shamrocks, and alongside the ever insightful Rogue Cheddar, I couldn't do it without him. We're reminding you to stay curious, stay informed, and never be afraid to add a little twist to your perspective. Until next time, whether it's coffee or cocktails in hand, we'll be here to keep the conversation flowing. Cheers, and thanks for spending your evening with us.
And drive safe, everybody.
Yeah, don't get these guys the keys.
Yeah. Oh wait, hold on. We got images.
Oh, fuck. We got images. These are the ones. Well, I'm gonna brew with these, you guys. That's. he's levitating. He's not.
Dude, that Pikachu. That's literally the fucking Turkish protest that he's running towards the cops, bro.
That's some funny shit. I see that as AVIs. And then Soren took this photo, right, for the lunar eclipse?
I took that photo out in front of my house of the blood red moon, red blood, whatever, the moon. So enjoy or don't.
What in the Terraria?
What in the? Rest in peace.
Rest in peace, Jasmo.
I said Gizmo like a fucking boomer.
All right, you guys. Take care.
All right. Peace out.